Um, and part of that was to work in the restaurant. And but this young lady was working in the restaurant with no pay and hours and hours. And so that was done by a family member. Oops. So there's the grooming process. So the stages of grooming, first, the victim is targeted. Traffickers look for people who may seem sad or lost, or they notice your vulnerability, you know, your emotional need. You may not be feeling good about yourself, or economic stress, which means you may not have any money. And so they will offer to be a friend. They gain your trust over time, and they talk to you. They make you feel comfortable. They learn as much as they can about you and your weaknesses, the areas that you are vulnerable to. And then they feel a need, for example, buy you clothes and food and give you a place to, you know, stay, give you money. And then of course there's the isolation part, where you are, you know, you don't get to talk to your family or your friends, and you only talk to that individual. And then the abuse begins. There is, you know, sexual abuse, physical abuse, verbal abuse, all of the abuses that take place because this person wants to control the victim. And that is how they maintain control, because they put fear in you. You know, you fear that something may happen to your family, or that something may happen to you, and they tell you this. And so how you can tell if you're being groomed. So if someone you met at the mall, a fast food place, a bowling alley, amusement park, an arcade, a skating rink, or online is paying extra attention to you, buying you gifts, listening to you, and spending a lot of time with you, as I mentioned earlier, that's a sign. And then that person keeps on telling you how beautiful, cool, and special you are, and how unappreciated and misunderstood you are by your family. That is the isolation. They want to keep you away from your family and your friends. And then that person tries to convince you that he or she can offer you a much better life if you go away with him or her. Now, that is, they're playing on your vulnerabilities, and that's the control as well. So there are some signs to look for. There are some indicators, some signals that kind of show up when you're not really looking, but then when you really look, they're there. So general indicators from people you know, multiple reports of running away, disconnection from family or caregivers. A lot of times you have young people in foster care, you know, they are very vulnerable to this as well. Loss of interest in age appropriate activities, sexual activity history of STDs and pregnancies, large amounts of money, clothes, or accessories with no explanation as to how they've been obtained. So we know that that person there is probably under the wing of a trafficker. Now, these are indicators from people you may not know. Appears malnourished and lacks medical care, meaning that they don't look healthy. Branded with a barcode or number tattoos by pimps to show his or her ownership. So that's another thing to look out. Is not in control of his or her own money, no financial records or bank account. So we know that this trafficker is controlling the money and using it as a way to control the victim. Owes a large debt and is unable to pay it off. For example, sometimes traffickers loan victims money and say, you can borrow what, $2,000 or $3,000. And that really is like they're borrowing the money, in their mind, but they're actually getting owned by the trafficker. Individuals might be fearful, anxious, depressed, submissive, meaning that, you know, they may have their head down, they won't look at you because that's the trafficker has said, you do not make eye contact with anyone except for me. They may be tense or nervous, paranoid, and I mentioned eye contact. So what do you do if you suspect human trafficking, either a victim or a trafficker? Do not intervene yourself. Call 911. That's your local immediate hotline if someone faces immediate harm or report suspicious activity. You can call 1-888-373-7888, or you can text "Be Free" at 233-733, or you can live chat at human trafficking hotline.org. And before I get to the human trafficking outline, I just want to give a few of the apps that are used to recruit young people. TikTok is one, and Snapchat is number one. Holla, Kick, Omegle, Calculator, this one shocked me, Calculator Pound. I use that to add my bills up. Photo Vault, Whisper, Ask Fem, Telenym, Show Me, Meet Me, Yubo, and Live Me. These are all apps that young people download and communicate. And also through game apps now, they have started to navigate reaching young people through game apps and things now. So the National Human Trafficking Hotline, you can call 1-888-373-7888, or you can call the U.S. Department of Homeland Security 24 hours, 7 days a week at 1-866-347-243, or you can submit a tip online at www.ice.gov/TIPS. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll take them.
Dr. Gray, there's one comment from Kathy who mentioned that there's a case in Massachusetts where youth were brought in from the staff of the facility where they were incarcerated. How do you address or speak to that?
Say that again. Can you repeat that?
Kathy writes that there's a case in Massachusetts where youth were brought in from the staff of the facility where they had been incarcerated.
To traffic within the prison system?
I believe that's what she's referring to. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So it would seem to me that wow, that's a hard one. In the prison facilities, you have people who are part of that whole team of trafficking. So you would have to try to get a message. And I know some people who are incarcerated do have phone numbers, phones, I'm sorry, with their family members, and they're able to talk. Now, I don't know how, and I'm being honest and transparent right here, I'm not sure how the human trafficking rings work within the prison system, but if the family members are calling, and if they are, they have phones, I know some of them do, and they do have time when they can call their families. They can somehow let them know in some type of way, because it would appear that because they're in a system that is working against them, there is no protection. And if they tell someone in the prison system, then they're likely to be harmed.
Thank you. Ivanka writes, do you have any advice for young people to look out for and do as they catching the bus? She writes, there are examples to where young people are approached in that manner.
So if you're approached at the bus stop, I would say scream and run, because that does happen more often. We hear about that. Just try to run and scream and tell somebody, draw attention to yourself, you know, and just keep screaming and running if you can. Because a lot of young people are snatched from bus stops. They're snatched from grocery stores, parking lots, and everywhere. So if you can just create a ruckus as loud as you can and run, and you know, hopefully someone will see you. And if you have a cell phone, you know, there's a emergency on your phone that you can press to try to get help.
And just as a follow-up, Kathy responded that yes, they were groomed while incarcerated, and when they were released, they were trafficked on the street.
Oh. So that is kind of a, you know, and a lot of times victims don't ask for help because they don't know that there are resources out there, or they have a fear that something will happen to them or their families. And so that may be why the person got back into the trafficking once they were released. A lot of times they don't understand that they're being exploited. And they're, of course, they're threatened, you know, that something will happen to their families. And they have a complex relationship with their traffickers that involve deep levels of psychological conditioning, which is probably what happened to this individual, this victim, based on fear or misplaced feelings of love. They're unfamiliar with their surroundings and do not know with whom they can trust. Trust is a big thing. They trust the trafficker, but they don't know who to trust outside of that. They don't know that help exists, how to access it, or where to go for it. And often, very often, they're unfamiliar with the laws that could protect them. Their fear of retribution and forcible removal, or and if you're from another country, deportation. They fear law enforcement, you know, as we all know that, you know, there's a fear of law enforcement and other authorities. And sometimes they may have an addiction to drugs that kind of, you know, they're trafficking for that reason. And they may be in debt to their traffickers. I mentioned earlier that they may borrow money or something like that, and they're in debt and they have to, quote unquote, work it off, which the work off never does, you know, pay off, or are sending much needed money back home and worry about not being able to. Sometimes, you know, victims are, they continue with the trafficking for money purposes to help their families.
Thank you. Jaleah asked, would an Uber or a Lyft be safer?
Ooh, I have to be honest, I'm leery of that myself. I do know that a young woman was brutalized and raped, taking a you know, a ride. I think it was Lyft or something. I don't know. I personally, I don't, unless I'm with someone else. You know, I don't feel comfortable myself if I'm by myself to take a ride with someone, because a young lady came out from a restaurant and she got into the vehicle, which she thought was her Uber, and it wasn't. And you know, she was brutalized and stabbed and raped. And so I don't know. I would not recommend it. That's just me because, you know, I just don't think it's safe unless you're with a group of people. I use Uber, but I'm always with several other people.
Yes, ma'am. And Ivanka wanted me to go back and add more to her story and ask for your response to that. She says, I remember standing at the bus stop. People pulled up and tried to pull her into the car. Luckily, she was alert and was able to react quickly. But she writes, many teens today have headphones on and other items that keep them distracted. And she wanted to ask if you can address this particular matter.
Yes, one of the things, and I also serve on the National NCNW Human Trafficking Committee. One of the things we're doing, we're developing a handbook for our local sections, as well as curriculum for the teens within the community-based sections. Now, another thing that we will be working on is legislation to get curriculum within the school system so that young people can learn about what human trafficking is at an early age. They need to know about this in kindergarten, basically. And so we'll be working on that. So that is forthcoming, that it should have happened long ago. As an educator myself, I never saw any curriculum within the school system that was used to teach young people about human trafficking. So we're working on that, but yes, that comes to the policy piece of it, where you know, we have the law, we have you know, that law needs some working on as well, but we also need curriculum within the school systems.
Okay, thank you. Kenneth writes, for you, if you could tell us more about the history of human trafficking and how we got here. And Tamisha asks, along with that, how is trafficking affecting pregnant mothers?
So go back to the first one, Zach, please. The first question.
The history of human trafficking, how do we get here?
Well, you know, human trafficking is international, right? So it's an international issue. You know, I know that Asian people are the #2 race that's trafficked, and it's, you know, Africa, other countries. It's an international thing. We're working with the United Nations, and it's big money. It's big money because you have people who have a lot of money who are it's like a supply and demand. And so they are requesting young people to be purchased. So that's how we got here, and it's been around for a long time. It has gotten way bigger, and yes, it is old as slavery itself. Someone wrote, but it has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. And it is international. It's not just here in Ohio, it's in every state. As you saw those numbers that I presented earlier, and those numbers have increased, and that I did that research in April. So that was, you know, not long ago. So it has been going on for a really long time. Some cultures it's acceptable across the, you know, the world, but the money is what it's all about. And you have, you know, if you've been watching the news, you have Caucasian men who are some of the biggest clients. And so, you know, they have the money, and you can make more money selling someone over and over again than you can selling drugs. And the pregnant women, young women, I know one personally who is a survivor, and she became pregnant by her trafficker. And you know, of course, we know all of these victims have been traumatized, and they don't always snap back. they end up doing other things. Sometimes it's drugs, sometimes it's continuing with the trafficking, whichever it is, the prostitution or the work, the slave labor, so to speak. And person I know is now living with HIV/AIDS. So when you look at that, it affects the victim and the child, because that child could be born with HIV/AIDS or any other type of STD. Yeah, human trafficking has like doubled since the pandemic. It has gotten, it's a lot, and every day you can hear something on the news about it. Ohio is a hotspot. It's part of is part of that pipeline, so to speak. I know that Georgia has enacted a commerce law where you cannot take a person across state lines, and Ohio needs that as well. Ohio is a hotspot. Ohio's number 5 on the list. It's probably moved back up. It was in 2018, it was 4th. Now it was 5th, but of course, that can go with minimal reporting. So it's 5th on the list, and it, from Michigan, Pennsylvania, all of that. That's all part of the pipeline. And they also look for people who may be homeless. A lot of time our young people are homeless because they run away from home for whatever reason, and they're very vulnerable too.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gray.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, I'm in there. Great, thank you. Okay. Is Honey Bell-Bey going next?
Yes, she is. She's ready.
Okay, keynote speaker Honey Bell-Bey, poet laureate for Cuyahoga County. She's the director of Youth Services, Cleveland, UMADAOP. Her topic is the power of the poet, drop it like it's hot.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I am a poet. I am a twin sister. I am a graduate of the historic Bethune-Cookman University in Daytona Beach, Florida. And I'm one who have always liked to use the power of the pen to overcome trauma, particularly. And that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit today. And I'm going to add in a little bit of the Youth Bill of Rights. And then, of course, we'll throw some poetry in. Thank you. I'm going to call her Dr. Yavanka Hall. Thank you, Dr. Hall, for inviting me. Thank you for your continued passion for this work and for not thinking it robbery just to have a little East Cleveland poet to come in and join us. So I'll start even with that. I am the daughter of Mary McLeod Bethune. Mary McLeod Bethune, this powerful woman in Daytona Beach, Florida in 1904, started this college, this university with 5 little Black girls and $1.50 in her pocket. When people read my bio, I always tell them you could pretty much stop with that. You can say this poet laureate is a daughter of Mary McLeod Bethune, and because of her became the first one to go to college in her family, the first and only one of her siblings to finish high school and then college. Why is that relevant? Because someone sowed the seeds in order for me to be me, someone who understood youth, someone who understood community, someone who understood education. So everything that I do in life, intentional or unintentional, becomes part of the legacy of Mary McLeod Bethune, who left this whole creed. And her last piece that she left was, I leave you this charge to take care of young people. So for me, same thing that she did. I started programs for youth like the Distinguished Gentleman of Spoken Word, few little kids and about $1.50 in my pocket. But what was so tenacious about Mary McLeod Bethune, if you go down to the campus now, if you've never visited Bethune-Cookman University, make sure you visit it, and I'm biased. But there's a tree where this big, huge bell still stands to this day. She would climb to the top of that tree and ring the bell, alerting the students when the KKK was coming close to the campus. That was the tenacity of her. She wouldn't sleep. She'd stay up. Now I don't sleep. I stay up, ringing the bells for young people to hopefully not walk through some of the same pages of trauma that I've walked through. The piece this morning that has come to my mind, it is not even a poem. It is a song. And the song is simply called Daddy. And I won't sing it, but I'll give you the lyrics. And it's written by Beyonce. And the song, I can remember the first time I heard the song, I was like, wow, I like this song. But the words are, and I'll tell you how these connect to the suggested Bill of Rights for young people. The words say, I remember when you used to take me on a bike ride. I remember, she's saying, I remember, Dad, when you took me on a bike ride on the bayou. How many young people do I meet who never had a father take them on a bike ride? So she's singing a song that would be foreign to many of the young people I work with. I remember when you could do no wrong and you come home from work and I jump in your arms when I saw you. I was so happy just to see you because you love me. I overcame and I'm so proud of what you've become. You've given me so much security. Words that I've underlined in her song. Songs like security, what all kids want to feel. Words like safety. She's writing a whole discourse. A book could be published on this one song about what young people, what it is that they need. When young people don't deal with their trauma, all they end up doing is repeating it. How can I say that? Because that's what I did for the first 2 decades of my life, repeat the childhood trauma. And people who have experienced trauma, this is why it's so necessary that we deal with it. I deal with it through poetry, but it's important to deal with it because they become 4 times more likely to become an alcoholic. Deal with your stuff, or you might end up 4 times more likely to drink about it. 4 times more likely to develop a sexually transmitted disease because you've experienced trauma. 4 times more likely to inject drugs. 15 times more likely to commit suicide. 2.5 times more likely to smoke tobacco. 3 times more likely to have serious job problems. 3 times more likely to experience depression. Why? Because what you do is you keep repeating the pain and the trauma that you can't deal with. So re-traumatization, if you look at that word, the term is about the effect of being exposed to multiple traumatic events. And sometimes people just repeat the same stuff over and over again. Like the young person who allows themselves to be in an abusive relationship, and then they grow up and they marry an abuser. Or the kid who talks about being sexually victimized over and over again. Or the kid who talks about no one liking them, always having that root of rejection in their life and not really knowing what to do about it. So much of that can be rooted back to their childhood. So you talk about these Bill of Rights with children. What are, and I won't read all of them, but I'll give you a few of them for the sake of brevity, a few of what every child should have. These National Bill of Rights. Number 1, and these are just startling. Some of them are startling. Every child has the right to be born well. That's deep. Every child, it is their natural right to be born well. Number 2, every child has the right to a wholesome family life. Whoa. Number 3, every child has the right to be raised well and become contributing members of society. Let me ask you, how many of you know children that those first 4 rights were automatically broken before they even got here? Every child, you have the right to be born into a wholesome family. That is a right. Every child, you have the right to be raised well and become contributing members of this society. All of those first 3 I read, I was not born into those. but I still found a way to become well because I didn't allow my trauma to tell my story. Number 4, every child has the right to have all of their basic needs met. That means no child's going without food or clothes. Every child has the right to play. So when people ask, honey, don't all the noise bother you on the road with all these kids? No, because that's what they're supposed to be doing. I want to hear them laughing. I want to hear them tearing the bus up, not literally, but just having a good time and being kids, where you don't let kids laugh and smile and play anymore. Number 5, every child has the right to access what they need for a good life. Number 7, every child has the right for peace and happiness. So every day I get up, one of my prayers is to help God help me help children have their rights met so that they don't keep repeating the pain and the trauma of the past, so that they're not like me. And I'll tell why that song by Beyonce was so relevant to me, because as a child, the poetry I was writing and publishing as a kid was mostly about these absent parents. What is so wrong with me that you can birth me against my rights? You birthed me against my rights, but you did not care for me. You didn't take care of me. Honey figured life out with God's help. What is wrong that I didn't have those rights met? And so I wrote about it, and I gave that poetry to children, to youth. Words like, I've been sequestered in sequential brilliance. I've been formed in formations of crystallized melanin. Oh, I've cried rivers until I became them. I never drowned, it was sink or swim, and so I swam. Swim, honey, swim. I'm Audre Lorde's capacity to be, ever destined to be, won't stop until I'm dripped empty of poetry. Oh, I'm just now beginning this laureacy, because I am the P, the O, the E, the T. And before you capture this chapter, you have to read a woman's whole story. This child, this inner little girl's whole story, the pain, the poetry, the glory. You know you can't count me out when most of them have no idea what this poet is really all about, what I'm all about, what you're all about. When all attempts to bury you was just an attempt to cover up a sprout, because you're going to grow. You qualified to grow. I am Mary McLeod Bethune's $1.50 queen. I'm still Mary's dream. I'm still the Black woman who shows up. As a youth, they minimized her scream, questions how I made it to the team, when I was the little girl who was just Sarah Bartman's dream, over-sexualized and made into a meme. And yet I carry the passion, the poetry. For youth, I carry the dream. Writing words like that gave me power to overcome, regardless of the foster home, regardless of the abandoned cars I was sleeping in. And sometimes when people, I don't tell the story, I live the story of what God has done in my life through poetry, despite it. When I was writing words like, how is it that you heal? Number 1, you got to stop and take the time to feel. You got to deal, and then you got to heal. For many years of it, I couldn't feel it and I couldn't heal because I didn't want to deal with it. But there is a purpose for not just young people, for adults, for pressure. You're not going to become a diamond until you feel the pressure. So all the mess of my childhood was just the pressure to get me to the places that God desired to get me to right now. Feeling pressure is a good thing. It is. It is the determination that you are on the road for where you're supposed to be. No, my story will never be the one in Beyonce's lyrics at all. I won't tell the story of because you love me, I overcame. I'm so proud. No, when I graduated from the 8th grade, I was given a graduation speech. There was no one there but me. When I graduated from Shaw High School, I was at the public square giving the graduation speech. There was no family there. It was me. So now when I graduated from Bethune-Cookman College, it was me. What I learned is that I had to take this hand, take it and pat myself on the back and say, Black little girl, you all of that. I had to build myself up to that, or I would spend the rest of my life sitting, looking, longing, wanting for some place to belong, some empty person to call me a part of their home. But instead I used poetry and made my own poetic throne. And that's just me kicking it for you, Banco, on a Saturday morning off the dome. That's what poetry has meant or been for my life. It hasn't been something I strived for. It's been what I always was, because I want to see youth reach those Bill of Rights. I want that to be not something we talk about in meetings or we strive to get to when we talk about positive youth development or adolescent development. I want it to be, listen, you're going to get pregnant. Let me tell you, before you do, this is the list of what every child is supposed to have. Don't tell me about you got a baby shower and you got a guest registry at Amazon and at Target. Register for every child has the right to have peace and joy. Register for every child has the right to have wellness. Register for every child has the right to feel connected and have all of his basic needs met. If you can't register for that, you should not give birth to a human. I'm just saying, because you're going against their rights. I was born against my rights and spent my whole life wondering, I wonder where my name came from. I wonder why I searched birth certificates and there's a couple of different ones before I land on the name of Honey. I wonder who I was. I wonder what my father's name was. I wonder what any member of his family's name is. I wonder what they look like. I wonder if I look like them. These are the questions of a little girl. I'm 8, writing poetry about it in a book that I published. But the major poem that I wrote, and I'll kind of conclude on with this poem. I'll do as much of it as I can. But I wrote this poem still looking for an absent father, right? I was looking for him. And I wasn't looking for his presence in my life. I was looking for all the things that Beyonce's poem says. That sense of belonging. I knew then that there was something special about me. I knew it. But I didn't understand why the people connected to me didn't understand that. Because if they did, they would have taken better care of me. And they did not. They did not, but God did. So I speak now from a healed place of, look what God can do despite your scars. If you pass, you can give it over to him, right? And so one of the pieces, when I look at the Bill of Rights, I will always know that kids are, one, that they are resilient. Not just resilient, that they are tenacious in their resiliency, that every child bounces back. Let me tell you how I know that before I close with the poem. When I went down to Bethune-Cookman University with no money, and I mean no money, I knew I wanted to get as far away from Cleveland as possible. I wanted out as far as I could go, and I kept running. I had scholarships to Spelman, all the HBCUs I applied for, Fisk, Clark Atlanta, but Florida was further. I was just going to run until I hit water. And God said, daughter, this is far enough, land here. And I took the acceptance letter to Bethune-Cookman. One of the first major jobs that came about, which was connected to what just passed here, was the Olympics of 1996. And those Olympics, young people on, that probably sound like ages ago for you, but 1996 still feels like yesterday. The Olympics were coming to Atlanta and I wanted the job. Problem is, when you are an out-of-home placement, you don't have anywhere to go in the summers. There's nowhere to go. There's no one who's forced to say, come home because of spring break. You got to figure life out. And so I knew early God's hand was always on me because I always figured it out. I had a car. So that meant I had someplace to stay. If you got a car, you got someplace to stay. You could pull your car up to the MARTA station in Atlanta. You have somewhere to shower. You have somewhere to try to get or panhandle, get a little something to eat, pack a Roman noodles, take you far, break into the dorm on Clark Atlanta's campus, steal somebody else's food out the refrigerator. Yep, did all that. That was survival. That isn't death, that's survival. But did those things. So I tell that story only to say, when it came down to working for the Olympics, one of the first things ACOG, that was my boss, Atlanta Committee of Olympic Games, and CNN asked, honey, can you run Parabola, which is a big microphone basically for sports? Can you run audio systems, honey? Can you run commentary control systems? So you're gonna have to put this message out to the entire world as a media person, which is what I majored in. And of course I said, oh, absolutely. I am well-versed in being able to run commentary control systems. And which form of the audio did you say? Parabolas? I didn't even know the darn name of the type of microphone. But I told them, yeah, I could run it. Honey didn't have any place to stay, but I wanted it. You want it bad enough and there's no barriers. You need it bad enough. Even the pain and the brokenness doesn't become a barrier. You use it and you go get it. So what did I do? I drove myself from Daytona Beach, Florida to Atlanta. I auditioned for the job and I got it. Problem is, I was just auditioning on my verve, my personality. I didn't know any of that equipment. I had never touched it, but I knew they were building the city up for the games. Clark Atlanta's campus was getting new TV studios. That meant wherever I parked that car late at night had to be close to the studio because I could talk my way enough to get the janitors to let me in and be okay. That's exactly what I did. I stayed on that campus, Clark Atlanta, and taught myself how to run that equipment. And in teaching myself how to run that equipment, I got the job. Did that mean I had to sleep in my car? Yes. But when you look back at the pre-Olympic games, track and field, all the commentary control pieces, that was done by me. Now I'm a kid. I'm 18, 19 years old, 20, working summer after summer in Atlanta, for CNN Sports South, for the Olympics, because I wanted it bad enough. And that's what life is. If you want it, you push past pain, you push past brokenness, and you go get it. I did that and I went and got it, despite the foundations of the stuff that I was writing about. Words like, and I will end with this piece, what I give God glory for in the midst of the things that doesn't mean sometimes the trauma still don't make me cry. That is the truth. That would not be the truth. It does. Sometimes it does, but it does not make me cry to the point that I don't see life and purpose in what he has me here for on this earth. And that's to help propel other people through the power of words, that they can be victorious of their story, no matter what it is, and no matter how deep that root of rejection crossed and flows into every area of your life, because it tries to do that with me still, but I pluck it up and remember words like words to my father. And I wrote this just longing to see who this man was. I'll spend my life looking for my exact place, searching for where I belong because of you. You bother me because you never gave yourself a chance to know me. That bothers me because I've never sat on my father's knee, because I've never called anyone daddy, pop-pop's paw. That bothers me. And the older I get, the more time that steps in between me and that wound, the more angry I become. I'm angry not because I still search for you. I'm angry because I still search for me. In your mad escape, you took a portion of my identity, and I'm angry. Look, I know completeness comes from God the Father, but right now I'm not even there. I'm trying to be real with what I feel. I feel like a bastard. I feel like a motherless child. I feel like a fatherless child. And even though I don't hate you, I don't think. I am angry. I'm angry that I have to tell these words to this paper and not to your face. Angry that you walked across the finish line but never entered the race. Angry that I'm not claimed. Angry that I'm supposed to have it, but I don't even know your sorry ass last name. You see, I was an abandonee because my father was an absentee and he never assigned an assignee to love me. I was his devotee while he was just duty-free. He was a fool who made a fool of me, still searching out my pedigree, my genealogy, my messed up family. But my actuality is looking for an apology. This is not my autobiography, but I wish I could read your biography and come out of captivity, not a negative casualty with negative energy because of your complexity and my compulsory. It creates a lack of consistency because of this paternal conspiracy. My frailty, your audacity, my anxiety, your debauchery. Where is your harvestry? What have you harvested? Why couldn't you harvest me? Why couldn't you just be my daddy? Did you miss the delivery? I know I was an occasion for festivity, but now feel my grudgery. I just wanted a daddy, some identity. Father, do you feel me? Your hypocrisy, your idiocy is messing with my sensitivity. This is not about your money, nor your salary. This is about my failed attempts at emotional recovery. What's the secrecy? Will I ever trust? Will I ever find security? Or just all this superficiality? So empty of vacancy. Oh no, I will not do this silently, but publicly, because you've acted restlessly and failed to obtain a sense of urgency, failed to love me, failed to know me, lived your life without breathing life into me. Lived as a father, but never became my daddy. Did you miss the delivery? I know I was an occasion for festivity, but now feel my grudgery. I just wanted a daddy, some identity. But just because you abandoned me, I still have the right to be. Just be. My brokenness is not a part of my identity. I have the right to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Honeybee. You received a lot of affirmations and comments, which I'm sure you can see. Very powerful and compelling presentation. Are there any questions anyone else has or anything before we proceed?
I didn't get a chance to write it in the chat, but I know that Honey, always phenomenal. But one of the things you talked about is being on the campus and not having food in a place to stay. So how important is it that all of our campuses, particularly our HBCUs, have housing and a pantry for students during holiday times when people would normally go see family members?
I'm so glad you brought that up. I was just going to say that it's not because that's the first thing people would say. It's a cafeteria. Yes, a cafeteria. But what about when school closes and the normal child goes home? Those are, if you talk about any of the emotional scars that I carry, are the scars I carry from the what do you do when the campus closes? What do you do for that aged out kid? It is so important that you have processed, and I don't care, it can be non-traditional. You have, you've done the work. You have 20 homes in the city that have decided we'll take this kid in over the summer or the spring, but you've made some alternative plan for the kid who may just be smiling, but is so wounded and can't figure it out. She's gonna pack up like every other kid because you got to get out the dorm. But what do you do after that? I'm gonna say goodbye. They have no idea. I'm gonna sleep in this car still on the campus until, security finds me and put me out. Then I'm gonna break in and steal their lunch. See, they could have saved themselves a whole lot of lunch if they had just had a plan for me. So in all seriousness, yeah, you got to have a plan for it.
So is that something that you have? I know that we have a foster advocacy group that'll be speaking later on, and I know that one of their things is pushing for this youth ombudsman's office. And is that something that you would want that office to push for students that are aging out of foster care?
Oh, absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And ask the questions that don't just support those natural needs that the Bill of Rights talked about, but ask the question that support that kid's emotional needs. When I think back on the things that broke my spirit and heart at that time, if I had had someone to walk me through that, it wouldn't have taken me 10 and 20 years after leaving school to address that. The wellness issues of how are you, who are you, when you're not connected to people who define that for you. All of the wellness, the whole person, who they are mentally, spiritually, who they are in society. Why are they here? Because the major question, if you come from a family that's been uprooted, what's wrong with me? Oprah's new book called What Happened to You is such a powerful book, because the first chapter the psychologist is talking about is not what's wrong with you, but what happened to you. What happened to you that you held on to, that you've allowed to frame your entire life? And so if you've had somebody working with the foster kids early, don't just provide food, make sure that they are eating some substance spiritually and emotionally. You're going to have a much healthier adult.
And you talk about this whole mental health realm. Why do you think that it's important for children who, because when we look at children who have been involved in the foster care system, we're involved in these systems in general, the mental health deficits that they face later on in life, that they're like 7 times more likely to have mental health issues than other children. And so, why do you think that it's important for them to get those mental health services while they're young, and being impacted by adverse childhood experiences, than people waiting until they're old and saying, oh, well, you can go see a mental health provider, when you have your own health insurance. Health insurance doesn't come for everybody, and neither does old age.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is the reason we have so many different approaches to trauma-informed care right now. We are trying to go back to something that we could have. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Something we could have prevented, because you have to understand everything that we know about adolescent development, or even brain development and the prefrontal cortex. Everything that a child is soaking in provides the framework for who they are going to become. So if I ate Roman noodles every day at age 6, my brain is saying, this is good food. If I ate rejection, my brain is saying, this is how life is going to do you. Everybody's going to reject you, honey. And it could be people who you really meant me well, but my brain is hardwired to think life is only serving you Roman noodle rejection. That's all you get. And so it is so important, as this brain is being shaped and molded, it is being molded as a child for how they will interact for the rest of their lives. So it's so important. You see it every day, wounded adults, and you say something happened to her. How they deal, how they interact with people. Wounded kids become broken adults. They just do. So if we can hit it on the front end I like to do it through poetry, through arts, giving them a space so that they don't have to spend so many years later trying to figure it out through whatever, through eating, through alcohol, through broken relationships. You don't have to go through those cycles, but you got to take care of it now. You can't ignore it and think, well, they look okay. I looked okay. I was the top of my class. I was not okay. I just looked okay. I'm okay now, but I wasn't okay.
I thank you, because and I want everybody to know Honey is my friend. So we talk at other times besides this, but Honey's not feeling well. And so for her to not be feeling well and still say, I'm going to be here for my friend, because I told her, send her a thing and said, no, we'll just move on, to the next speaker. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So, we are praying healing for your body and for your spirit. And we thank you for in your hurt being able to lift others. That is so appreciative.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for having me.
We love you.
Love you too, sis.
Dawn is going to come on and give everybody Zach is going to come on and give everybody the codes.
I'm here.
Dawn is.
Hello, everybody. I want to make sure you guys are getting your codes. I apologize. The first code for Miss Gray is 0403 for the first speaker. And for Honey, the code is 1208 1208. 1208 is code for Miss Honey. And I'm going to give it back to you guys.
Okay, next is Reverend Dr. Joseph McNeil, reentry specialist, UMADAOP. His topic is Pass Up the Cavassier, a lifetime of hurt underage drinking.
Dr. McNeil, you're muted if you're speaking.
Okay, you got it. I got it. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay, great. Am I on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm glad to be here this morning. Excuse my look. This is my vacation look. This is the first time I'm going anywhere in almost 2 years. So I woke up at about 6 o'clock in the morning. I put on my vacation look so I can come in here and be ready and feel it in my spirit. But I would like to say good morning to everyone. I hope you're having a blessed day. And I'm so excited to be here. This has been a wonderful conference so far. And my sister, Honey Bell, that's my sister. Go way back when she used to come to Youngstown for our Needle's Eye summer camp. And I'm always uplifted and inspired by her, you know, and she is always a tough act to follow, but it sets the standards high. But again, good morning to everyone. I'm so glad to be speaking to youth across Ohio and whoever is listening everywhere and anywhere. Anyone that knows me know I've dedicated my life to youth. I was a youth counselor when I was 15 years old, so I've been involved with youth for 55 years and in community work and community organization. So I'm very happy to be here this morning. And my task and my assignment this morning is to deal with alcohol and alcohol prevention. I'm a prevention professional with Youngstown UMADAOP. I also am reentry specialist working with youth through the Mahoney County, Juvenile Justice Center. I'm also on their advisory board. I also work with Shared Hope International, working against child sex trafficking. So as you can see, this is something that I have a passion about. But before I go into all the statistics about youth drinking and prevention and all of those things, I think the greatest step one in prevention is asking 3 simple questions to youth. So all the youth out there, I'm old school. I'm not posting anything because I prefer that you use your mind and your ears and your eyes to listen, because I believe in developing critical thinking. We don't have enough of that in this country anymore. So I just want you to listen and participate, and you can put things in the chat if you want to put them in the chat. But I have 3 questions for our youth today to start off this presentation. How do you see yourself? Number 1, how do you see yourself? It doesn't matter if you're 5, 10, 15, whatever it is. I want you to think about, how do you see you? Not what other people say or tell you you are, or what they think you are. How do you see you? Number 2, where do you see yourself in 5 years? It is not too early to look ahead and see where you see yourself. What do you want to be? What would you like to be? But where do you see yourself in 5 years? I'm going to say 5 years. I don't even know what I'm going to do in 5 minutes. I want you to critically think. If you could be something, or you could be anything you wanted to be, or you could be any place that you wanted to be, where do you see yourself? Whether it's geographically, or whether it's in school, or whether it's in college, or whether it's if you're a young entrepreneur, whatever the case may be, where do you see yourself in 5 years? I want you to think ahead. I know that's hard for young people, but I want you to think ahead. And the third one is, what do you see yourself doing? What do you see yourself doing? The third question is, what do you see yourself doing? The first, how do you see yourself? The second, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And what do you see yourself doing? Now, you can put those things in the chat, or you can just tell somebody. You can talk amongst yourself, whatever the case may be. But I want you to think of that. Now, I'm going to look in the chat box, and I'm going to look and see if anyone puts in there an alcoholic, or a victim of sexual violence because you have been drinking, or a automobile survivor of an accident because someone was drunk driving, or whatever has to do with the negative outcome of alcohol, put it in there. If that's where you see yourself in 5 years, if that's what you see yourself doing in 5 years, if that's where you see yourself going in 5 years, put it up there, because as long as I've been doing this, I've never seen any youth put on there, my goal or how I see myself or what I'm going to be doing is alcoholism. I've never seen it. So this might be a first for me, but if that's the case, then put it in there, because I always start off with, how do you see yourself? Your self-image. How do you see yourself? How do you see yourself? How important is how you see yourself to you? Because that is going to determine a lot of how you move in this earth, is how you see yourself. Not how you see your family. And because you see your family a certain way, you're going to be that way. Because you may have some excuses to not see yourself as a whole well person. You might even have some thoughts about it, but it can't be your reason, because there's some choices that you can make. And one of those choices is to not drink alcohol. It's one of your choices that you can make. I want to begin by saying, first of all, I did use the word choices. So before I go again into the alcohol statistics and all those kind of things, I want you to understand that every day you're going to have some choices concerning what you want to do, where you want to be, how you want to go about it. Every day you're going to be making choices all day long. And one of the most important choices that you can make is, am I going to engage in drinking alcohol or taking drugs? It's a very important choice. Now, you may say, well, everybody drinks. You know, all my friends are drinking and everything. That's not true. That's not true at all, because you know a lot of them that don't. And so you might want to say to yourself, well, why do they not drink and I do, or I want to, or my cousins do, or this person does? And there are many reasons why people don't drink. They may not like the taste of alcohol, don't like getting drunk, or don't like the feeling of being drunk. If you're female, it might be, well, I don't want to, drink because everybody in my family that drink, I know, got fat. It's against my family values. It's against my religious values. It's illegal. If you are underage, it is illegal for you to drink. I need to stay in shape for sports. I don't want to look stupid. I don't want to look foolish. Drinking isn't cool. I want to stay in control. I want to think clearly. Whatever reason it is that you are choosing not to drink, there is a process in your decision making. First of all, when you're deciding something, you want to think three things. We call them the 3 C's. That is, clarify what decision you need to make. Why do I need to make this decision right now? Why do I need to make this decision right now? My friend just asked me to have a drink with him. Let's pour it up in the car. We're going to kick it a little bit. It's only going to be a little bit of beer, whatever. Why do I need to right now make this decision that's going to benefit me, that's going to help me with my self-image? I'm going back to self-image. I'm going to keep going to that, because it depends on how you see yourself. If you see yourself not really nothing, then you might make a decision to go ahead on a drink. But if you see yourself as somebody of significance, and let me tell you right now, before we go any further, I don't care who told you that you're not this, that you're not that, you are significant. You are very important. You are vital to our community. You are vital to your family. You're a vital person to the school system. I want you to understand that you were created for greatness. You were not created to fail. You were not created to be mediocre, but you were created for greatness. So I want you to start putting that in your database right now to help you with your image. If somebody has told you that you're not this, that you're not that, you'll never make it, that you're dumb, that you're stupid, anything else, I want you to start putting this in your database, that who you really are. I want you to clarify in your own mind who you really are. And if you don't know, you're going to find out today. Sister Honeybell helped start it off to help you see who you are. And I'm telling you who you are. You were created for greatness. You are a vital, important human being. So clarify who you are to yourself when this question comes up about, do you want to drink? Is it going to help me, or is it going to distort my image? Number two, consider the possible alternatives and also consider the consequences, because there's consequences with every choice. So you want to consider your consequences and consider the alternatives. Well, they want to drink. Is there something else that we can do that is more productive to help me keep my image straight and clean? Is there something else that I can do? You know, you may tell them and they may think you crazy, but no, I need to get more additional information about teen drinking, because I don't know enough about it to be participating in an activity that I don't know enough about. So don't be afraid to say, well, you know, I don't know. I do know this much. I know it makes you drunk. And I do know this much. I've seen a lot of alcoholics around my town and my family, everything else. I know I don't want to be like that. So maybe I need to get more information before I proceed with this particular activity. And then make your best decision based on keeping yourself great, keeping yourself vital, keeping yourself important. Is this going to help me? Help me do what I was created to do, and that would be great. That was to make a difference in this world. See, because there have always been youth and children that have made a significant impact in this world. So, you know, I still haven't gotten to this alcohol statistics yet. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. But see, you need to understand, you need to start thinking about who you are right now before I get there. See, because I may start just jump into these statistics and all these numbers and everything else. And if you don't know who you are, you say, yeah, I kind of belong in that group right there. But I'm here to tell you today that you don't. Now, the other thing is, do you have goals? I do not care how young you are. You should have goals. You should have goals. It is important that you have goals are a roadmap somewhere. See, I said that you were created for greatness. I didn't say you were quite there yet, but I said you are created for greatness. So goals are a pathway for you to get to the greatness that you were created for. And so how do you set goals? Well, first of all, they must be realistic. Okay, you're a teenager. Well, you know, you're 13 years old and you want to be a professional NBA basketball player. It may happen. But how about this for a goal? I have set a goal that I want to have perfect attendance in school this year. That's realistic. Unless something unforeseen happens, but it's a very good goal. I want to be productive at home. I want to be an addition to my family and not a minus to my family. That's a realistic goal. I want to be the best student that I could possibly be. I didn't say make the honor roll. I didn't say be magna cum laude or valedictorian or salutatorian. I said be the best student that you can be. Put your effort into it and your work into it. That's realistic. The second thing is it should be manageable, that you can break it down into a series of small short-term steps. The best way to change your behavior is doing it a step at a time. If you want to step into greatness, take it a step at a time. You can achieve small steps. You can get overwhelmed by big steps. You can realize I want to be in the NBA and you realize you can't play basketball a little bit. You want to be a rapper and you can't rap your way out of a paper bag. But you can learn the rap industry. You can learn the business side, which is, by the way, most great rappers that make a lot of money, that's how they make it on the business end, not on the rapping side, because almost anybody can rap. The third thing is make your goal setting measurable. Measurable. For an example, how far can you jog? You want to get healthier. How far can you jog? You don't say, well, I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to start jogging. I'm going to start jogging 10 miles a day. Okay, that's measurable. But is it realistic? Is it reasonable? Say, I'm just going to start jogging. I want to make it to the corner. That's going to help me be healthier. That's measurable. And the third thing, make it meaningful to you. When you set a goal, people cannot set goals for you if they're not meaningful. They can set them, but if they're not meaningful to you, the chances are you will not achieve them. It has to mean something to you. What is important to you? And then you incorporate that into the goals that you want to reach. And that is very important. So I started off this first like about 10 minutes and I have not really talked about alcohol yet because I want to talk to you before I talk about alcohol, because you may have already started drinking. But have you considered at any point the things that I have said to you so far about you? Because it's going to depend on how you feel about you in the directions that you're going to go as far as alcoholism. And my job today is to make you feel so good about you. You are too good to drink. You're too good for that. I didn't say you're too good for the people to drink. You're too good for the activity. So now I want to go over a few things with you. Studies show that across the United States of America, 12 to 20-year-olds consume 4% of all the alcohol. 4% of all the alcohol that is consumed in the United States of America. 4%. That's a lot of alcohol. 4%. Now, 4% is consumed by 12 to 20-year-olds in that age group. We know 12-year-olds are probably the smallest number that's consuming alcohol, but they are included in that group. But here's an interesting thing. 45% of 15 to 17-year-olds consume alcohol. 45%, occasionally or regularly. Now, out of those 45% that consume alcohol, 90% binge drink. 90% binge drink. That means they drink till they get stupid. They may not drink every day, but when they do drink, they binge drink. That means they are having 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drinks or more. Now remember, 4% consume all the alcohol in the United States of America. 45% of 15 to 17-year-olds have drank alcohol. And say that they're alcoholics, have tasted it, tried, or whatever. But those who do drink in that age group, 90% binge drink. That means some drink until they have alcohol poisoning and die or hospitalized. And they're on the path to alcoholism. But is 45% less than 55%? Of course. That means most of you don't drink. And you should give yourself a hand. Most of you do not drink. But to the ones that don't drink, it's been available for you to drink. So maybe you can share with a friend or a family member that's a youth why you don't drink. Tell them why you don't drink. You can ask them, why do they drink? Why do you drink? You're not asking them to start an argument, just out of curiosity, why do you drink? And I'm sure they'll come up with reasons. It makes me feel better. I can perform better. There's all kind of myths about alcohol. Myths. I'm gonna give you some myths. And think about it, and I'll give you the answer in a couple seconds. Alcohol isn't as harmful as other drugs. You ever heard that? Alcohol isn't as harmful as other drugs. It's not like heroin or marijuana or anything else. And you know, it's legal. It's not as harmful. But that's not true. That is a myth. The fact is, alcohol increases your risk for many deadly diseases, such as cancer, liver failure, kidney failure, and the list goes on and on. Drinking too much alcohol too quickly can even lead to alcohol poison and death. Do you know that they have found out over the course of years, and there are some medical professionals and people that are involved in medicine that are on this conference call and video, and they can verify this. There is one drug that if you stop immediately, if you have been an alcoholic for years, that can cause death. It is not opioids, it is not cocaine, it is not marijuana. The one drug that you can die from if you try to stop cold turkey is alcohol. They had detox centers for alcohol long before they had any other kind of detox centers, because your body can begin to immediately shut down. Get the shakes, what they call the DTs, all those kind of things, stopping alcohol cold turkey. That's how dangerous alcohol is. So I hope you got that right, that it is not harmless. Myth number 2, drinking is a good way to loosen up at parties. I gotta have me a drink of beer or a shot, whatever the case may be, whatever alcohol you like or you have gotten into or that you use to loosen up. But drinking is a dumb way to loosen up. It can make you act silly, say things you shouldn't say, and do things that you wouldn't normally do, like get into fights or have sex. The number one thing that we have found out with teen sexual violence is that most of the time, alcohol is involved to some capacity. Either they drank before they were with the person, or they were drinking with the person, or they didn't drink and they gave the other person alcohol. As a matter of fact, we had a beautiful presentation on earlier today about sex trafficking and my work in juvenile sex trafficking, that one of the ways that someone is groomed is getting them to have that first drink of alcohol, because they are more likely to take a first drink of alcohol before they try their first experience with drugs. and then the drink gets them to the drugs, and then they end up trafficked. So there are other ways to loosen up for the party. How about this? I'm going to enjoy the party because I love to have fun. I love to dance. I love music. I like being with my friends. That should loosen you up. I know when you're young, you know, you're worried about who's looking at you, what you're, if you're wearing is the latest fashion, or they're going to talk about your shoes or whatever else. But remember, let's go back to self-image. If you have a strong self-image and you satisfied with yourself, satisfied with your look, satisfied with how you think, satisfied with how you talk, satisfied with how you walk, it don't matter what anybody else thinks, because you find your fun in you. You don't actually need alcohol for that. Myth number 3, drinking alcohol will make me cool. I come from a family of alcoholics and ministers and alcoholic ministers. And so I started drinking when I was 12 or 13 years old. Matter of fact, it was probably before then, because back then they'd have the little rituals where they would even give the kids, the children, a sip of champagne at New Year's and all that kind of stuff. Family traditions can definitely lead to you drinking alcohol and becoming alcoholic. But what they didn't know was the science was, because I come from a family of alcoholics, that genetically we were predisposed to possibly engaging in overuse of alcohol. So I started drinking when I was 12, 13. It led to other drugs and everything, and it led to an addiction that lasted until I was about 40 years old. That's a long time. But it started off innocently. They didn't understand. The first time that I ever can remember even tasting alcohol, I loved it. And I loved how it made me feel. Because, as Sister was saying earlier, they didn't understand all the trauma that I was dealing with. The one thing about alcohol is, yeah, it does make you stupid, because it makes you not think of anything that's of any significance. You just think about how high you are, how drunk you are. And if you're not thinking about your trauma, then it's helping you get something, but it's not helping you overcome it. Because there's a difference between getting through the moment of feeling and being all caught up in your traumatic feelings than getting through it and over it. There's a difference. You push it to the side, but it don't go nowhere. It just be off to the side till it comes back in. So no, it doesn't make you cool. You may think you're cool, but most of the time when they talk to you the next day, they talk about how stupid you act. Amen. We'll give you another myth. All the other kids drink alcohol. I need to fit in. I just showed you the stats. Most youth do not drink or never ever try a drink until they become adult. Everybody doesn't drink. And that is not a good reason to do anything because you think everybody else does it. You don't need to be shot in the head to know you don't want to be shot in the head. Do you know how much violence also happens when there's alcohol? I also do prison ministry, and I've been doing it for years. I also do prison outreach, and I work with prisoners and in and out of jail when they come out, our returning citizens. And so many of them over and over and over and over and over again, you know, it started with alcohol at a very young age. So no, everybody doesn't drink. And you know that's not true because you know you have friends that do not drink. So don't talk yourself in to using something that's going to keep you from what you were created to be. And what is that? Great. Great. Now, there are ways when you are dealing with your friends and you are out and about, and now all of a sudden they start talking about, let's go get something to drink. And you don't want to drink, but you still want to be cool. You still want to fit in. But let me give you something. when you get in to fit in, that's different than staying strong where you belong. When you are where you belong, standing strong, you don't have to try to fit in because you know who you are. We started off with 3 things, right? How do you see yourself? Where do you see yourself? And what will you be doing? We start off with those 3 things. When you know who you are, and people say young people don't know who they are, that does not necessarily have to be true. If we don't speak to who they are, if we don't encourage the depth of who they are, then yeah, they may not know. I was not a model child. You know, I definitely wasn't a model child. But the one thing my mother always did, she spoke to who I was gonna be. She didn't speak to all the behavior. She dealt with it. She disciplined me. But then she would always tell me, you're better than this. You're gonna be this. And that planted something in me. So even though I had gone through some things, I had gone through sexual molestation as a child and abandonment of my father and all those things are traumatic things. But my mother always spoke to me about those things. So I'm going to give you some quick refusal skills. Simply say no and no thanks. Give excuses. No thanks. I'm in a hurry right now. I got to go. No thanks. Maybe another time. But let me give you a better one than that. Look them in the eye and say, no, I can't. It does not fit the plan for my life. I don't need alcohol to enjoy myself. I don't need alcohol to fit in because I know who I am. I know where I'm going, and I'm discovering how to get there. I'm going to close with this. Don't let anything keep you from the greatness that you were created to give. God bless. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'll turn it back over into the hands of Sister Hall, Dr. Hall.
Thank you so much, Dr. McNeil. We truly appreciate you. Do we have any questions in the chat, Zach?
I don't see any questions. So no. Just people are showing appreciation for Dr. McNeil's presentation and just resonating with what he shared.
This is Ivanka. I wanna thank you for your presentation. I actually put a story in the chat. My cousin JB. The reason I thought that it was so important for us to talk about alcohol to our young people and the dangers is because they get because you talked about them getting caught up in the cycle. And a lot of times people will drink because they were offered it as they were children, and they continue it throughout their life. And my cousin was one of them. He started drinking and it got really heavy in his 20s. He went to the doctor and they told him, stop drinking or you're gonna die. And he did not listen. And right after his 44th birthday, I noticed that his feet were swollen. I asked him about congestive heart failure. And he had kidney and liver failure. And he died right before Christmas 3 years ago. And I know that if he could undo the harm, he would. I think that, then it was just too late. He was so addicted and so caught up in it, that he needed alcohol in order for him to wake up in the morning. He needed it in order for him to go to bed. People don't understand. I think younger people don't understand the whole lifeline, the whole lifetime of pain that you have when you become addicted to alcohol.
It's the quickest way not to achieve your goal.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna
Okay,
give
next-
you all the code for that. Was 3210. The code for this session was 3210. 3210. I hope you all are enjoying this so far, and we'll get ready for our next presenter.
Okay, next we have Amari Turner and Savannah Dorsey. They are both college interns for Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition. They'll be sharing a presentation titled Puff Puff Pass, Menthol Flavors and African American Youth.
Yvanka, you have to make them panelists so you can hear them talk.
Hello, everyone. Could I have access to share my screen?
You should be able to.
I don't see it on like the bottom. I just see chat, raise hand, and Q&A.
Okay, give me 1 second, okay? It should have come through. Can you do it now?
Yes, I can. My partner is Savannah Dorsey. She says she still doesn't have access to speak as well, and she'll be presenting with me.
I'll let her back in. I let her in once, but I'll try it. I'll see what's wrong, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, because I just tried and I couldn't.
She's in. There you go.
Hey, good morning.
So our presentation is titled Puff Puff Pass. And we'll be talking about tobacco, menthol, flavorings, and African American youth. So little we're gonna go over today, we'll talk about what menthol is and where it comes from, the many forms menthol and tobacco products can come in, its effects on our bodies and brains, how African-American youth can be targeted, and what you can do to stay away from these temptations. And lastly, we'll just wrap up with some contact information. So menthol, a lot of you might be wondering what menthol is and why we're even talking about it. So menthol is a substance that's found in mint plants such as spearmint and peppermint, but it can also be artificially made in chemical labs. It's put in things such as cough drops, candy, even Vicks Vapor Rub and this nasal inhaler. It has a soothing or cooling sensation, but it can also act as a numbing coating. So when digested, it can numb the throat, which suppresses coughs. Although these might seem harmless, when it's put in things such as cigarettes, it does the same effects. So when someone smokes a cigarette, they might still have that cooling or soothing sensation and also numbs their throat. However, when someone's smoking a cigarette, the harshness of smoke is our body's way of telling us, warning, like maybe we should not be taking this product. But when you add menthol, it doesn't allow the individual to have those same experiences, making the smoking experience more tolerable and like have them continue to do it even at an increased rate because they don't cough when they do it or their throat isn't irritated. Menthol is also a sugary substance, and sugar is addictive on its own. So adding a sugary substance and tobacco, which is addictive, is a combination of a lot of things. So here are some of the most popular tobacco products. We can start with cigarettes. So cigarettes can come in two forms, menthol and non-menthol. Menthol and non-menthol cigarettes are virtually the same except for the additive of menthol. Both of them have the toxin components of arsenic, ammonia, lead, and tar. And these ingredients are also put in things such as rat poisoning, car exhaust fumes, and batteries. And on those products on their own, we probably wouldn't be digesting them or putting them in our system. So it's something to think about when cigarettes are talked about. So you wouldn't eat rat poisoning, so why would you do the same and smoke cigarettes? Another modern form of smoking that's come to become popular is e-cigarettes or vapes. And a lot of marketing tactics have tried to show these as a healthier alternative or something other than cigarettes and make them seem as if they're better than, but deep down, like the basics, they are the same thing. They both have the components of arsenic and lead and tar. The only difference is this has a nicotine cartridge that's liquid, and there's a heating element inside that heats it up and creates it into a vape, so individuals can smoke it, and that's where the name vape comes from. Along with these also come with flavoring additives, so things such as mint or watermelon or strawberry. And those are the same things that put on to make them more tolerable, just as menthol is added to regular cigarettes to make it more tolerable, and individuals might enjoy the smoking experience even more. And lastly, there's hookah. And although this looks the least similar in terms of the three, it again is virtually the same. The only difference is in the top, there's a bowl that contains the tobacco and charcoal that's heated up and put down through the water base and through the mouthpiece so individuals can smoke it. Although this is used mostly in a social setting with others and it's more of a group experience, it doesn't take away from its negative health effects. If anything, it adds more dangers because it brings apart things of people sharing the same mouthpiece, which spreads germs, which can lead to illness on top of the illnesses tobacco creates in the first place. So its effects on our body. So although menthol does reduce the harshness of smoke and has a soothing or cooling experience sensation, it does not take away from its actual effects on our body. So even though the individual can't necessarily feel those effects happening in the moment immediately, it's still happening. So smoking tobacco leads to things such as lung damage and heart disease, strokes, and overall a weakened immune system. Also, smoking also can lead to a lot of issues within the mouth, such as our gums. It can lead to bad breath. And that's just not something someone wants going on. On a more social aspect, when smoking, it gets in your hair and clothes. So when you walk into a room and you want to impress someone, might want to make some new friends or anything like that, all they can do is smell that you smoke. And in those situations, you really want them to listen to what you have to say or what you might bring to the table. But all they can really think about is the smell you carry with yourself. As far as the bad breath part, Although nowadays we do wear masks most of the time, so our breath is not really affecting other people. It's really affecting you all day because you wear your mask all day, so you're just sitting there smelling that, and it's probably not the best experience. So its effects on our brains. So when someone consumes nicotine through tobacco, it activates dopamine signals, and it trains our brain to, and dopamine is connected to pleasure. So this trains our brain that when someone smokes nicotine or gets nicotine in a certain way, that's how individual feels pleasure. Then our body becomes to rely or even expect nicotine to be the aspect that causes pleasure. And so when that's taken away or not given, the individual goes through withdrawal symptoms, and it makes it really hard to quit smoking. And even though it's really hard, it does not mean it's impossible. It's just going to take a lot of work. Also, at this age bracket, from maybe the end of middle school to like even early college, is a really important time for development for young adults. So our brain plays a really huge part in that. So we want to do everything in our power to really ensure that we're developing on the right track and ensure that we have a happy and healthy future. Also, nicotine affects the parts of the brain such as control, attention control, learning, and moods and impulse. So those are some things that are really important during this age bracket. And marketing companies know this as well. They know that this is a very important age bracket to even market their products to. And they do this by using enticing cartridges of flavor cartridges and even enticing imagery. So in this image right here, you can see that it's like a bright green with like a fruit splash background. And when you look at it, it might look like a new flavor of candy or a new flavor to drink, and you are immediately intrigued by it. But in reality, it's something that's really can pose as a health risk. They do this on purpose to really entice the young consumers and also to make the smoking more tolerable, like how they use with menthol. Also, they understand that young people are always going. They're always going to the next place, and they don't really want to stop. So having this more portable, on the go, easy to store usage allows people to use it more and more frequently. Also, this is an e-cigarette and vape, which doesn't really, the smell does not attach to your hair and your clothes, such as regular cigarettes. So it really takes away that socially unacceptable experience of not smelling good. And they understand that. Also, although this one comes in green, there's some that come in pink and orange, and it really plays on the fact that everyone's going to want to collect either their favorite color or just get all the colors if possible. They can also want to collect different flavors and really figure out and try everyone to see which one's their favorite, which although it increases the marketing and how much tobacco companies are making, it's really causing young people to use these products even more and really put their health up to risk.
Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay, so now we can discuss how African Americans are targeted by these tobacco companies. We see that these companies understand the vulnerability in the African American community. This vulnerability can come from racism, health conditions, and continued discrimination that African Americans go through every day. These cigarettes and tobacco products are considered as stress relievers. So all the stress that African Americans go through, it's easy for them to get rid of it by just picking up a cigarette or using any tobacco products. We see that they try the cigarettes without knowing about the health risks or simply because they ignore the health risks that are associated with tobacco products. And we see the success in the tobacco companies when we see 90% of African Americans use tobacco products and more than 39,000 African Americans die from tobacco related cancers each year. Okay, this is just an example of the strategic marketing that was done historically, and we also see it done today. We see tobacco companies sponsor events like jazz festivals and adhere to basically the hip hop culture where they know African Americans would be. In some of the pictures, you can see women with afros, men with afros, you see Black jazz celebrities, African American athletes. If African Americans see this on the cigarette posters, all the Newports and the cool type of cigarettes, then that'll make them more likely to buy it. In the quote that's on there, it says that we don't smoke, we just sell it. We reserve the right to smoke for the young, poor, Black, and the stupid. And that was spoken by the tobacco executive. And we see that people empower target Blacks, not only through tobacco sales, we see it in government policies, healthcare, and regular day-to-day interactions. Also, these are some more advertisements. When you're just driving down the street, you can see tobacco companies have signs tied to fences. They may be plastered on windows, on the glass windows at the gas stations. At these events, they give out cigarette coupons and offer free to reduced price cigarettes just so they can purchase it. So if we look at the first advertisement, we see a Black DJ with Cool wrote in front of him. That would make the people think that it's cool to use these cigarettes, DJs, partying, all the things that sound fun. And just if you purchase these cigarettes, you'll be cool. Also, if you look closely on the bottom, you'll see a number. And with these cigarettes, when they advertised these, it was basically a game where you could collect all of the different pictures by just continuing to purchase their cigarette products. Now, on the second one, they advertised their cigarettes by using Black love and associating it with pleasure, when in all, cigarettes don't actually help you with your love life, or it does not symbolize Black love because it's detrimental to your health. And in the last advertisement, we see a more modern celebrity using an electronic cigarette, and he's using it, advertising it like a players club, and it's being advertised as player and cool, when in all actuality, regardless of it being electronic, it still has the same horrible health effects. So now we can talk about African-American youth. Today's teens and young adults always want to be included and considered as cool. We all want to follow the trends and mimic what we see celebrities doing, but sometimes it isn't for the best benefit to be cool. Sometimes when you may be scrolling on Instagram or Twitter or whatever social media you may use, you'll see celebrities and influencers smoking hookah, cigarettes, vapes, and everything else. But you all just have to think about how it actually affects your health. When you inhale something whose effects can lead to cardiovascular conditions, hurt your brain, hurt your dental health, you'll realize that it's not that cool. But these tobacco companies still adhere to the youth, and we see that they've been successful with 70.5% of African-American middle and high school students using menthol cigarettes. If you compare it to white middle and high school students, it's only 51% of them who use these products. Okay, why you should not puff puff and just pass. Think about your social life and your friends second guess inviting you to places because you have to take breaks to smoke or vape when you're trying to spend time. Just pass on smoking because it's not actually cool if your friends don't want to be around you because you always smell like smoke. Think about a situation where you may have a crush who you finally build the courage to talk to. If you talk to them and your breath smells like smoke, or you smell bad due to the tobacco products you use, you'll realize that it's not actually cool. It may be popular, but it's not cool. And most people will contribute their smoking habits to relieving their stress, but there are many other ways to relieve stress without diminishing your health. The first one way that you can relieve stress is through exercise. Exercise lowers your body's stress hormones, and it also helps to relieve endorphins, which are basically your happy hormones, and it can improve your mood and act as natural painkillers. Another way to relieve stress without smoking would be through yoga. If you're not into intense workouts, you can just pull up a YouTube video, take a friend, and just relax. Yoga promotes relaxation, which is the natural opposite of stress. So if you take some time and do yoga instead of picking up a tobacco product, you would feel better. Another way to relieve stress would be spending time with your friends, family, or a pet. Spending time with others could definitely relieve stress by having someone to talk to and confide in. Just use it as a distraction rather than smoking. If you don't have anyone to talk to, another way that you could relieve stress is just to write. You can confide in yourself by writing your problems down and write how you feel. You shouldn't put your problems into a cigarette or into an e-cigarette because it's just going to cause more harm in the long run. And last and one of the most important ways to relieve stress is just to learn to say no. Say no to those things in your life that are causing you stress, that are causing you additional stress. The cigarettes, say no to those because in the end, they'll cause you more stress by hurting your health. And this is just a slide, just summarizing everything we went over. What menthol is, it's a chemical that creates a cooling sensation and reduces the harshness of cigarette smokes. Also, the effects of smoking menthol, it can increase the risk of serious illnesses and death, and it increases a young person's risk of becoming dependent on nicotine. And also, in many states, we see the laws where they ban the flavorings because they know that they adhere to the young community. So that's how we know that menthol is just not good. And lastly, this is just some contact information. Any questions?
While the others are thinking of questions, we want to thank our outstanding NEOBHC interns, Amari and Savannah, for a tremendous presentation. We also want to note and invite you all to participate with our Fighting for Our Lives No Menthol or Menthol-Free Communities initiative, which we're working with the Center for Black Health and Equity on. Our next meeting will be September 13th from 12 to 1. And if you are interested in participating, we've put the link in the chat. Yeah,
Just come around.
You can also send an email to us and we'll be sure to include you in the event. Any questions?
No, don't come that way. Just keep coming around the circle. I'm in the front entrance. Uh-oh, sorry, y'all. Y'all waiting on the code. The code is 8372. 8372.
Dawn, are you able to give the code again?
Dawn, I sure can. It's 8. Y'all got to give me a second to push the button. Y'all think, hold on, I'm coming. 8372. 8372. And I want to say that the interns did an amazing job. 8372.
And Dr. Joseph asks, is vaping increasing, Savannah and Amari?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is vaping increasing?
Yes, it is. Young people are able to go to the gas stations. All gas stations and stuff don't ID. So in the younger community, vaping is definitely increasing within high school and middle school students because of it being so portable and being so flavorful and being advertised the way it is advertised to the young adults.
All right, thank you both. Job well done.
Yes, I want Savannah and Amari to know that I'm very proud of you. You did a really wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll get ready for our
Kaiya is
next
going
presentation.
to be introducing the next speakers.
Next up, we're going to be having, Next up, we're going to be having Angela Bennett from Digital C
She's going to be presenting Digital Underground, Connecting the Disconnected.
I was on mute. All right. Good morning, everyone. As she said, I'm Angela Bennett. I am the administrative director over here at Digital C, which is a nonprofit located right in the heart of the Ward 7 neighborhood that's committed to making Cleveland's digital future equitable. And joining me, and I'm watching as my team joins. Let's see. So we actually have an interactive presentation for you today. So I think I need one more person. So I see them coming on. Okay, there's Shanoa. There's Katarina. There's Alyssa.
Tell me if I'm missing somebody.
I am missing Shayna Schlegel. I see Kimberly, she's on. So just one more. Kat, do you want to take the share screen? And there's Shayna. So I'm going to hand this off to.
I will take over from here, Angela. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, all right. So, hello, I hope everyone is doing well today. I know my team and I are happy to be here and representing Digital C. My name is Shayna Schlegel, and I'm a program coordinator for Our Voices Matter. But before I continue about our program, I'm going to pass it on to the team to introduce themselves so we know who we're talking with today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shanoa Miller. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator under Our Voices Matter.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa Sagos, and I am the Technology Coordinator under Our Voices Matter.
Can you guys also just state kind of what high school you graduated from and where you're currently at?
So currently I attend Cleveland State University. I'm a graduate of Glenville High School. My major is in urban and regional studies with a concentration in public management.
I graduated from Bard High School Early College. So I currently attend Tri-C, and I'm on the track to go to CSU for counseling psychology.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katarina Smiley. I'm the program manager for the Department of Justice grant at Digital C. I graduated from Kent State University with my bachelor's in public health.
High school?
Oh, MC squared STEM.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly Inthabong. I'm a graduate of MC squared STEM and Kent State University. I'm also the communication specialist.
All right. Yes, we can bring it back to the first slide, please, while I introduce a little bit about our program. But I will tell you all that I went to Cleveland State University for my social work degree, my bachelor's, and I'm completing my master's in nonprofit organization and leadership. So to bring it back to our program, I'll just give you a quick introduction. So Our Voices Matter was launched out of the necessity to keep kids safe as they navigate their routes to and from school every day. Too many times students find themselves in a predicament of not feeling safe or even faced with danger to and from school. So while in these predicaments, oftentimes students do not want to call law enforcement for a number of reasons, and I'm sure we could all think of some. So to remedy this through OVN, we have a two-pronged approach of an app that's going to virtually accompany the student by connecting them via a call chat feature to one of our peer dispatchers who will triage any report, tip, or concern submitted with the help of a mobilized community care team that's going to be trained and informed using evidence-based practices, all aiming to together create safer, self-sustaining communities of care for our youth. So that's essentially it. We're taking strides in the implementation of our program and are excited to be here. We're ready to engage with you on the topics of, or the vast topics of mental, physical, and emotional health. But before we get into that, we'd like to get to know a little bit about you. So we can move on to the next slide. And we're going to be using the chat. So if you're on Zoom, find the chat. It should be on the bottom somewhere, whether you're on your computer or your phone. And we're going to get to answering some questions. That being your name. And if you're a student, please drop your school and your grade. If you're not a student, you can just drop your organization. And what color describes how you feel today and why. So while you all are populating the chat, I will go ahead and share my own. So Shayna Schlegel already. Nice to meet you all. School, Cleveland State Organization, Digital C. What color describes how I feel today? I would say a serene little lavender, because I'm feeling very calm. I'm very peaceful right now. Let's take a look.
Oh, go ahead.
I think for what color describes me today, I think it would have to be like a pastel pink, like a powder pink. I'm feeling very bubbly today. Yeah, I'm feeling really good today, especially about this. So.
I would say a color that best describes me today would be a mint green. Yeah, I'm feeling fresh, if that makes sense.
Very nice.
A color that describes me the best today would be orange. Lots of, sacral chakra energy. Very excited.
Yes, we need the vibrancy.
A couple people in the chat. Someone said they're feeling baby blue, happy and content. There is a young lady by Relliford. She's a senior at Euclid High School. Her color is dark green. She's a little tired, but very vibrant. So that's really good. Actually, that's my favorite color, dark green is. So that's really crazy.
Thank you for sharing. So we'll take a look at this as the presentation rolls on. I hope you all are inclined to share, but now that you know a little bit about us as individuals and our program, we can move on to what Digital C and Empower CLE is all about, and I can pass that on to Kat.
Hi, everyone. So like Angela mentioned earlier, we are with the organization known as Digital C. Essentially, our goal is to make Cleveland's digital future more equitable for all of its residents, youth included. So not only do we connect folks through our Empower CLE initiative, which functions as a community internet service provider, but we also do a lot of work outside of that. So our goal is to not only get you connected to affordable, high-speed internet, but it's also to engage you. We want to engage our community because you all are our neighbors. We want to educate, not only us educating you all, but learning from the community as well. And most importantly, we want to empower. So we're rolling out a myriad of services to help strengthen our communities, to help strengthen the youth specifically. Some of those things include everything from conferences such as this to our application, what we'll get into later, and as well as digital literacy classes. So that's a little bit about us as an organization and what we do. And I'll just continue from here.
Okay, hi everyone. So one of our topics that we're going to be talking about is social media, right? And when we sit here and think about the youth, me, anyone honestly on this planet who doesn't have social media, that is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, even YouTube, because it's a social platform. And when you sit here and think about it, it does definitely have its pros and cons. So what we see on this slide is headlines, news headlines, and it's about prominent Black people that we know in our community. That could be Simone Biles, Naomi Osaka, Gabby Douglas. All of these women who are very prominent in their field have been affected by mental health when it comes to social media, right? So like I said, definitely we have the pros and cons. Some of those pros with the platforms are getting connected to your family members, your friends, branding, showing people what you have, what you can offer, your creativity, also showcasing your artwork, what you love to do, and also showcasing your skills. There's nothing wrong really when it comes to presenting yourself as a person and what you can do for your community or just for yourself. Now, when we sit here and honestly think about those cons, social media can definitely be draining. It really, really can, right? So when you dedicate a lot of your time to social media, besides, the business aspect of it, think about what time you're taken away from where you can be doing something else that could be really impactful to you. So some ways that social media does have its cons is it's draining, it's desensitizing violence. So when I sit here and say that, we all know that everything on social media cannot always be censored. So when I say desensitizing to violence, it could be a video of a fight, it could be a video of possibly shooting, it could be a video of crime. And when we sit here and constantly focus on social media, I'm so sorry, let's think about what we're normalizing in our minds at that moment. The third thing is definitely self-esteem. When you sit here and compare yourself to people on social media, such as celebrities, famous people, artists, it does make you have a drive. It does make you want to do better, create content and things of that nature, but it also does make you realize where you are at this time and constantly try to compare yourself to these other people, which could be a definite con. You don't always have to compare yourself, right? You are growing in your moment, and that is all about you. So it's definitely, has some cons to that. Below, we definitely have some statistics. Scrolling through social media newsfeed inherently, as you compare yourself, like I said, compare yourself and your others about your own life. But studies have found that, you can feel that you're on the upside of the world, but in comparison, it can make you feel some way else. And that really does affect your mental health. The second one is, according to DoSomething.org, 43% of kids reported to being bullied online. Online bullying is definitely still a thing. It's still happening, and we also have to combat that. It is it's a very touchy subject, of course, but it does affect your mental health, the mental health of your peers, your family, and let's just try to make on, these platforms the best it can be while promoting, health, love, and just inclusion overall. And social media does have a role in anxiety and depression for the past 2 decades. Although social media isn't the number one to blame and solely in this issue, it could be one of the culprits to it. So like I said before, cyberbullying, jealousy, and it also causes self-isolation. So when you look at these things, also take a look at yourself and realize what you are benefiting from, but also what you're doing to yourself or to your peers when you're on these platforms. Next slide. So here are just some stats. On average, every person spends 2.5 hours solely on social media. So that's not really taking calls or texting, but on each social media platform if you do have it. Think about that time and also what you could be doing kind of in a productive way, but to also just put your phone down some of that time, right? Just lower down that to take moments for yourself, your mental health, and also mental health check-ins. So taking a break from social media can definitely boost your mental health. Okay, so when we sit here and say, hey, let's just take a quick little hiatus, right? Instead of getting on and posting a story or checking in or posting a picture and waiting for those likes, let's sit back, do something productive, do something physical just to get you active. So thank you so much. And this is what you should know about social media.
Okay, hi everyone. So we're going to move on to play an activity. We want to get a little interactive. So we play a game called I Have a Friend. So I Have a Friend is a scenario game where you can act as an anonymous teen hotline dispatcher. So for example, if some youth person needed some assistance or some help, they can call or text this hotline to get advice. So what you're going to want to do is pull out your phone or your laptop, and we're going to show you this link. You can answer multiple choice questions, some short answer questions on how to solve this problem. So we're going to read the message of the excerpt of I Have a Friend. So for example, this is somebody who sent in this message, and our job is to address this issue. Try to get them some help. What is the first step? What is the next step? And just to give a trigger warning for anybody in the audience, there is mention of domestic violence and I believe sexual assault.
Oh wait, Kat, can you go back for? All right, guys. So I have a friend who recently broke up with her boyfriend. They got into a bad argument a couple weeks ago and it
Wait a
got,
minute, hold on. Can we just do a check just to, because I was just scanning that QR code in and I thought you were going back and not forward. So,
okay.
so can you just go back to the QR code?
Sure.
You're getting ready to get into the didactic, right?
Yeah, we were gonna read the prompt first and then get into the QR code.
Oh, okay, all right, okay, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so I have a friend who recently broke up with her boyfriend. They got into a bad argument a couple weeks ago and it got violent. He ended up exposing her in his close friend's story. It got around to everybody. Since then, she's been acting different. She started talking to this dude she met on Instagram. They've never met in person before, but they FaceTime and text each other all the time. She's supposed to be meeting up with him next week, and I don't have a good feeling about it. I don't know his age, but I know that he's older and makes a lot of money, so he says. She has a history of mental health crises, including life-ending attempts, and hasn't been her best lately. She says this dude makes her happy though. I'm worried something will happen to her, but I don't want to say anything and get her in trouble or her to be mad at me. What should I do? So we're gonna move on to the AHA slides. I don't know if you guys already scanned the QR code or you can type that link in, but we're gonna move on to those. So I'm gonna give about 10 seconds. All right, everyone should be on. All right, so the first question is, what potential danger is she putting herself in? So take a couple seconds. All right, we already got a few, okay. I already have one. All right, I wanna wait for about 4 more. All right, so we have abuse, kidnapping, trafficking, getting hurt. Okay, all right, so we're kind of all on the same page here when it comes to her being in danger. We can go to the next question, Kat. All right, so what role does social media play in this situation? So take a couple seconds, reflect on what Shanoa had previously mentioned. How could social media be playing a role into this, good or bad? Okay, he is grooming her. Okay, all right. She met the guy online. It's bad. It is definitely bad, guys. She could get bullied, exposed to her predators. Yep, okay. And then can we get like a few more, maybe 2 more? Couple seconds. Predators, false security, right? All right, 1 more. It's not helping, no one positive. All right, cool. Next slide.
It's not letting me go to the next slide. I think I have to. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the other link.
Okay.
Okay, we are back.
All right, guys. So next question, what emotions do you think she's experiencing in this situation? So list a few, feel free to take it in any direction you want.
I'm sorry, what emotion do you think, who's feeling, the young girl or the friend?
Either or, the young girl and the friend. Okay, so the girl feels validated, valued, and understood. Okay, yeah. All right, self-destructive behavior, sadness. Okay, friend feels conflicted and worried. Absolutely. The girl, nothing. Okay, friend worried. The friend is feeling concerned, confused, probably thinks she's in control, but this is wild. It is wild. It's a little wild, y'all. The young girl probably feels confused because she was previously hurt by her other partner. Now an older figure is coming into her life that seems to be, yes, okay, perfect. All right, couple seconds more. Any more thoughts on it? She may like the attention she has gotten. Yep, exactly, exactly. All right, next question. All right, do you think it's a good idea to meet someone off of social media? So yes, there are good people out there. Maybe, depends on the situation. Hell no, stranger danger, or you really don't know. Okay, so maybe in hell no, there's a jump. Or we have some people in the chat that are saying no, all caps. Thank you guys, wonderful. We're all on the same page. Cool. I'm less worried. All right. Anyone else want to vote? No one said yes. There are no good people out here. I guess not. Okay. All right. We can keep it pushing then. All right. So what is your first step in this situation? So would you call to check in on your friend and make sure that they're okay? Would you not do anything yet because you don't want to get her in trouble? Would you talk to another friend about it to get an idea of what to do? Or would you tell an adult? All right, call to check in. Don't do anything, don't want to get her in trouble. Understandable. Talk to another friend, understandable. Tell an adult, okay, all right. All right, so call to check in is in the lead. I would advise that first, actually. Just my personal thing. Ask her if she's cool. Clearly she's not, but you should ask at least first. Oh, is there another? Can you go to the next? Thank you. Okay, so what is your next step in the situation? Would you be there to support her as a friend? Would you stay away from her because you don't like drama? Would you tell an adult, or would you get help for her? Just like a mental health counselor, hotline. What would you do? Okay, tell an adult, be there to support, get help for her. Okay, so no one said stay away from her. Y'all are some good friends. Y'all are some good friends for that, okay? All right. Couple more votes, tell an adult. So we're all we're in the same page, okay? All right, one more vote. All right, tell an adult, okay, all right. All right, well, I think that's the end of our AHA slides. Thank you guys for playing.
Okay, thank you so much, Alyssa, for facilitating that piece. So let's talk about that. This is such time where we want to hear from you all. It's much more engaging when we get to share in this conversation rather than it just being a didactic piece. So let's unpack that. The first question I want to throw out there is, have you or someone you know ever found themselves in a situation similar to this and any part of the story? So here's the thing about me, I'm not shy about volunteering folks, calling on you to see if I can get a response. But like I said, this is more engaging if you all participate. So let's see. Okay, so Alyssa says, yes, this happened to a friend of mine in high school. Alyssa, do you care to share like what part specifically?
Oh, so actually like the entire situation. So, her graphic photos were shared with everyone. And to cope with that, she kind of, was seeking the attention of anyone that she felt safe with. This safe person happened to be an older man that didn't have her best interests at heart. She's totally fine now, but it definitely took people to intervene and to kind of tell her about herself, for her to listen.
Yeah, I think in high school, I think most people like in our age group can relate to knowing someone or having a friend that has been exposed. For those of you who don't know what exposed is exactly what it sounds like. You sent someone some photos or some videos or something about something private about yourself, and then in retaliation, they share it with everyone. This takes place in many forms. There's something called, revenge porn, things like that, where they will literally share that. Your abuser will share that just to get back at you, so to speak.
I also want to add into that. I'm sorry, Chanel, before you continue, I just want to add, if that ever does happen to you or someone that you know, there are consequences for that. You could definitely take that to the authorities. That is child pornography, and that will be handled as such. So do not feel shy or anything to tell the authorities, because that is wrong. That is wrong, and that will grant serious consequences. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I was muted, sorry. Marie says, something similar happened to me, but minus the graphic images and meeting an older person. Yeah, I think this is a very common instance, especially with that close friend like feature. People share a lot of things with a select amount of people and thinking like, okay, it'll stay within my close friends. No, it's gonna get out there. Like it's gonna get around to everybody. I think another thing we don't really talk about is interpersonal violence, especially in young relationships. I know a lot of folks are familiar with the term domestic violence, but I feel like that paints a certain image in folks' head, like they think of someone, like an older person in a situation where no, this type of interpersonal violence can happen in any type of relationship. It can happen, amongst friends, amongst intimate partners and things like that. So I think it's very important that we discuss that. And thank you again, Marie, for sharing that in this space. Okay, does anybody else want to answer that question in the chat, or feel free to unmute as well? What about the adults? Have you all ever worked with a student or youth who has been in a situation like that, and how did you handle that?
So I have worked with a student who has been in that situation, especially about the graphic content that was produced on social media. But in that situation, you have to make them feel secure and as comfortable as possible because of something that traumatic that just happened to them. So in this situation, they will be facing bullying, of course, due to the situation and what's happening. But in that situation, as an adult or as a peer, as a friend, the last thing you want to do is victim blame. That is the last thing that you should do in that moment of why would you send it anyway, anything like that. It should be strictly resolution based. And as a student, like peer to peer, in that moment, if they need their space, then that is perfectly fine. When they are ready to open up and to take, if it is, legal action or anything like that, I think that would be best. Ms. Hall even said in the chat, I know several young ladies that have had this happen to them. So I think it's something that happens very common, but how you go about it as a teacher, as a peer, as a close friend, it is very important how you handle those situations.
Absolutely. And to your point, I do think it's wise for these type of things to be resolution based, because I feel like too often a lot of the blame, especially if it's dealing with, a young woman, that blame is typically cast upon her and not so much as the person who's perpetrating the harm. It's kind of like, you should never send that. Why are you putting yourself in this situation? And that's not helpful to anyone. I feel like that sort of language could sort of cause more harm than good, and it could lead her to do more drastic behaviors because it's kind of like, well, since I did this, I might as well, whatever. We have someone else in the chat. In college, I had a friend who was quote unquote dating a much older professor, old enough to be her grandfather. He preferred freshmen and sophomores. Juniors or seniors were too old for him. Yuck. So that, first of all, thank you for sharing that. Second, that is a thing. I remember like being in class and there will be some professors that are they just give off that vibe and they're trying to see what they can get away with. And they're trying to do more to gravitate towards you. We even see that in high schools. Like, I feel like if you ask any student, they know which teachers are creepy. They know which ones you're like, we can't talk to them about that. What do you guys think? Okay, last question before we move on. Who would you talk to in a situation like this if this were happening to you? I know if I was the young lady in this scenario, I would talk to my friend. That would be the first one I would go to. I would not talk to my parents. I would hesitate to talk to a guidance counselor just because I've had very bad negative experiences with my guidance counselor in high school. I would 100% talk to my friend first. See a lot of head nods. Is that true?
I would talk to my friend as well, just to kind of gauge where they're at. And similar to what Shanoa said, start to create a plan of resolution. I don't want to sit in the why did this happen for too long, because we don't know why it happened. Like, it was out of our control. So yeah, just providing space for her, like holding space for her to, to be embarrassed, be ashamed, be sad, and all of that, and just feel supported.
Miss Relliford, I'm so sorry, honey. I think your name is pronounced Kaiya, but she said in the chat, there have been a few occurrences like that with staff and students at her school in the past. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's definitely something, you have to keep your eye on, look out for, but also, look out for your friends to, make sure they are not being harassed or hurt in that situation. So it's like not only you just being a good friend, but being a good person overall to people, even if they are not your friend. If you notice behavior, please say something, okay?
And let me just add, as I hear, kind of reading here these comments, from our young folks. And, I was the same way, the first person I would go to as a friend, but I think it's just so critical to have a trusted adult in your village, within that circle, so that when things like this come up, that you do have that adult that you can go to, especially in these power structures of schools, because that is a space where, students can be preyed upon because, students, well, they're not going to believe me anyway, because I'm a kid, especially if you've gotten into trouble at school, or anything. So really try to seek out. And I think as adults, it's our responsibility to also be that adult for young people to be able to come to. So
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Okay, I see we're running out of time, so I'm just gonna go to our next slide. Thank you all for sharing. So these are some of the things we should look for in situations like this. Like sometimes it can, to a friend or to someone super close to the situation, it can be sort of hard to identify when exactly something becomes abusive and unhealthy to our friends. So these are some of the key elements. So things, if you are with someone who, causes you to be isolated from the rest of your friends and family, they limit your independence. So it's like, you can't go here, you can't wear this, you can't do that, you can't hang out with these people. That's definitely a red flag. And this can be a physical, emotional, sexual, or spiritual type of abuse, right? So we have threats, violation of personal boundaries. Of course, when it becomes physical, that's a major red flag for when it becomes abusive, but there are other factors leading up to that as well. So if you're with someone who's constantly trying to belittle you or humiliate you, or like Ms. Bennett mentioned, those power structures, they're using their privilege, they're using their access, their position to coerce you into doing something you don't want to do, that's definitely a red flag there as well. And we know that this can happen not only in real life, but digitally as well, right? So people can use their access to resources, right? Like money and things like that to sort of control you and limit your independence as well. So what can we do? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, so what can we do about this? As youth, we don't have all the tools at our disposal. We don't have access to a lot of things. However, there is a lot that we can do together. So what can we do? One, even just acknowledging or recognizing that something is wrong, that is step one. Because a lot of times, like I said, if you're super close to that situation, it can be hard to differentiate when it becomes abusive. So one, recognize the signs. Two, find someone you trust. For youth, finding a friend that you can trust and share and confide with, that's awesome. But you do need that trusted adult to help you navigate situations like this. Simply because if anything were to happen, God forbid, you don't want to feel the weight of that guilt and that shame because you didn't feel like you did enough. So what we included, and we can share this presentation out, we included a youth resource, how to help friends in this type of situation. It's in this tiny URL link. So we will be more than happy to share that with you all so that you can access that at any time. Oops. Sorry, I'm having trouble going to the next slide. Okay. So we're not just here to talk about this, we're actually doing something about this. And I will turn it over to Alyssa so she can share more.
So we are developing a safety app for our students. So we're going to be piloting it in the CMSD district. But we are creating an app that helps students make informed decisions about their safety. So before any of that, we are in looks for a logo. So if you are interested in submitting a design for our logo contest, please visit www.ourvoicesmatterclee.com/app for more information. And also feel free to follow us on Instagram. We cannot wait to see your designs. I guarantee you they're a little bit better than mine. So.
We really do want to make this app a safe place for students. So if worst case scenario, if you have no one else to turn to, our community care team will be able to point you to folks and resources who can assist you in navigating so that you can make an informed decision about your safety and the safety of your loved ones. Thank you, Alyssa.
So of course, as Alyssa said, please visit our Instagram and also sign up with us, right? So Our Voices Matter, of course, is an initiative that we created that focuses on youth engagement, empowerment, and education. But this is a youth coalition to organize, amplify, and mobilize youth, okay? So please feel free to visit our Instagram page to see what events we have coming up. Of course, it's all youth interactive. And of course, sign up with us. Just let us know what your interests are. And also, we really want to see your designs for the app. So please let us know.
And with that, thank you so much. My team and I were super excited to present this information to you all and just really have this space to talk about difficult things like this, because with social media becoming more and more present in our lives, I think it's important to pause, take some time, look at the role it plays in our lives for good or for bad, and think about ways we can come up with solutions together. So thank you all.
I just want to extend a special thank you to Kat and the team for this presentation, and to Dr. Hall for inviting us. And for all the participants today, thank you.
Thank you, Digital C. We truly appreciate you guys did a wonderful job and great content and information that I'm sure we all can use and share. I want to give the code for this presentation is 9461, 9461. And I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Lashale Pugh.
Hi. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. I think we probably could all take some information from that. And moving forward, excuse me, we have Marie Howell, who's going to, wait, so Marie, I believe it's Marie Howell that's going to present our next presenters.
Hi. Up next, we have Jay Turner from the Ohio Youth Advisory Board, and she'll be talking about stand up for your rights and overcoming hurdles in the foster care system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just give me a quick second. I am waiting for our presentation, our presenters, Armani Crouch and Kay Riley. So if they are in the participants, may we please move them to panelists? Do you see them at all, Marie or Miss Ivanka?
I am moving them over now.
Okay, great. Hey, Lisa. And then once, I'm gonna go ahead.
The second person, I'm sorry, I missed the second name.
Oh, no, you're fine. So it should be Imani Crouch and Kay Riley. And I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen. And just let me know once they're on.
You all should be ready to go.
Okay. Alrighty, so I'll go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I pray that your Saturday is going well so far and that you're receiving everything that you need from this powerful conference. On behalf of Action Ohio and our Ohio YAB, we would like to first say thank you to the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition for just extending the invitation to present youth rights. I am Jay Turner representing Ellison and Action Ohio, and I am joined by my fellow presenters, Imani Crouch and Kay Riley of Ohio Youth Advisory Board.
Hello, I'm Imani Crouch, one of the advocates for the Ohio Youth Advisory Board. It's a statewide organization of young people ages 14 to 24 who have experienced foster care. The Ohio Youth Advisory Board exists to be the knowledgeable statewide voice that influences policies and practices that impact youth who have or will experience out-of-home care.
Action Ohio is a statewide organization of former foster youth 18 and up We are dedicated to improving outcomes for our current and former foster youth. We facilitate Thanksgivings for our youth, annual trips to DC, as well as the statewide Youth Advisory Board. Let's see, is Kay on? Let's see, 1 second. So we're gonna go ahead and continue on. It doesn't look like Kay is in. So just, Imani, did you wanna go ahead and take this slide?
I can take this slide, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Sorry about that, everyone. Having a little technical difficulties. But so basically, what are my rights as a foster youth? Let's start by talking about youth rights together. The Foster Youth Rights Handbook was first created by Ohio Foster Youth and is supposed to be given to every youth in foster care. For those of you with a foster care history, did you ever receive a copy? Please let us know in the chat, and we want to let ODJFS know if youth aren't receiving copies. And second, if you did get a copy, what things were helpful? What things would you want to change? Your feedback matters, and we want to keep track of it for future handbook updates. Moving on, I will go on to speak about the Foster Youth Bill of Rights. Ohio is currently working to establish Foster Youth Bill of Rights. The Ohio Youth Advisory Board held several focus groups, and this is what we asked for: protection from abuse, exploitation, and neglect, the right to privacy, life skills, preparation, visitation with our loved ones, support from adults in our lives, and to be able to be protected from discrimination, provided with resources, and allowed to participate in extracurricular activities. If you didn't get those rights and care, we understand. We didn't either. This is brand new, and we have asked that the rights be posted in foster homes, group homes, and residential facilities in the future.
Knowing who to contact when your rights are being violated is key. And when you know your rights, someone cannot tell you that you're wrong, right? So filling out a grievance procedure is very important. And in doing so, keep track of the date that you filled out the grievance. Make a copy for yourself and keep a copy for a trusted adult.
Okay, and then moving on to Ohio youth experiencing abuse and biological, foster, adoptive, kinship, respite, residential, and group home placements. We hear you and you matter to us. We will continue to work to make the establishment of a youth ombudsman office a reality. Hashtag youth ombudsman office. What are we advocating for? And you get to get involved in is to create a youth ombudsman office to listen to and protect youth who are being abused in their biological, foster, adoptive, kinship, respite, and group home placements.
Good job. So current systems are failing because youth are running away from abusive placements and being sent back to them. They're calling abuse hotlines and not being listened to. This office needs to be youth specific because adults have so many other ways to be heard, and because it is necessary to restore trust in adults. This office needs to be designed by those with lived experience in care. And one way that you can take action is to sign the petition. And you may be asking, where can you sign the petition? So I will put a link in the chat where you can take action and sign that petition. And to stay involved, please email yab@FosterAction Ohio. You matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you everyone for letting us present here today. And we could just open it up for any like questions or any feedback that anybody might have.
How far along are you with creating, this is Ivanka, creating this youth ombudsman office? And then for everybody who doesn't understand, let them know that there is an ombudsman office. They just don't have an ombudsman's office that represents the interests of young people.
Right. So we're pretty far along. We've been working on it for, I believe, a little over a year. And it just looks like going to like state hearings and stuff like that, speaking with legislators and just trying to get it passed so that it is youth specific. We currently do have a youth ombudsman's office, but it is literally, it's foster parents, kinship providers. It's like everybody is included. So it's not fair that the youth don't have a voice or things not being handled the way that they should be for our youth, because it's focused more on the adults. So that's why we're advocating for it to be youth specific. That was a good question. Oh, and Ms. Lisa did say there is currently an amendment in HB4 that tries to serve youth and adults at the same time, which of course can be a conflict of interest.
And so besides the completing your survey, what else can organizations do? Can other youth do for the people who are on this call? What else can they do to help push this effort?
Getting on social media is like really, really big. So giving a testimony, call into your legislators. Getting on social media and using hashtags. So whether it's putting the governor, hashtag, Governor DeWine, even adding him into like certain posts. We do have, I believe we do have like pictures that you can post and saying like, hey, this is what's going on, let's get involved. And then Ms. Lisa is also adding to just encourage others to sign the petition as well. So the link is in the chat. Save the link, send it to as many people as you can. And yeah, those are many ways to get involved. And partnering with other organizations, foster care agencies, like Action Ohio. And Ms. Lisa is also advising that we can also send a toolkit.
I wasn't a foster youth. I was an emancipated minor when I was in high school. So I was young, probably 15 or so. So as a former foster youth, why is it important for you to be part of this team of the Youth Council? Why is this important to you all and to all the young people who are part of your team today?
It is important because we want to be able to see better outcomes for those who are currently in care. We want to be the voice for those who are voiceless right now. So to see us come out of the system and even, being in group homes or kinship care, being able to use our voice, it is important. It is important to raise awareness. It's important to help others who've experienced what we experienced, no matter what age it was. It's really, really important. It's important to just bring awareness to it and bring about change.
I would agree with that as well. I actually can agree. I do apologize. I did not get your name, who was previously speaking, who asked that question, but I was emancipated out of the system as well. So I wasn't specifically in foster care, but for a very short time. And I can relate to that as well. So basically, as Jay was stating, that's why it's so important, because we need to have something that supports our youth, and we need to have it separated, because as Jay stated as well, it being a conflict of interest, that doesn't help support our youth, because the adult's decision is ultimately chosen over a youth decision, because it's stated youth aren't able to make correct or good decisions for themselves, and that's ultimately not true.
Right.
And I think the other thing too, this is Ivanka, Imani, but to add the humanness to it, I used to be the director of the Office of Minority Health, and at the city, the former city health department used to be very close to the homeless shelter. And I noticed that in the morning, there would be kids coming out of the shelter that couldn't have been any, maybe a couple years older, if not that, than my son. And so they were young and they had aged out of the system and they were in homeless shelters and because they had nowhere to go. And so one day I was at work and we had like some type of pizza event and I had all of this pizza that hadn't been touched. And so I walked out and I saw the young men coming down the street and I said, would you all like some pizza? And the young man said, yes. He said, I haven't had pizza in so long. And so for me, I thought about it and the fact that, you know, my son could throw away pizza when he didn't want it. Like, oh, I don't want pizza, I want something else. And sadly, we see so many young people that are placed in these systems and then kind of thrown to the wolves when they age out. You know, you would see them, they would be walking around in the streets with all of their belongings. And so, you know, knowing that we have young people who are advocating for change, you know, like as I told you when I met you all, that the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, that we're willing to help fight for you and help fight with you. And I think that all of us should be willing and ready to help fight with our young people to get the services they need, because no child should be thrown on the streets. I remember at 18 years old, even though I haven't lived at home since I was 18, I could always go back. You know, I could always go back. If I needed something, I could always go and tell my grandfather, you know, what I needed. And so we have children who have nowhere to turn. And so we want to make sure that they have the resources that they need in order for them to get true equity. So when we're talking about equitable distribution, we need to make sure that we're looking at the equitable distribution of services for children too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for a great presentation. I think you mentioned that a copy of the Bill of Rights was supposed to be given to all youth who entered into the system. Before the presence of the ombudsman, how consistently was that done? And how is the follow-up with that? To follow you throughout, to ensure that there was enforceability of those.
That is really a great question, Zachary. Imani, would you like to answer? Because I know on my end, just knowing a lot of youth, no one got that. No one received a copy of their Bill of Rights. And even now, just knowing that they're coming out with one, I believe. Imani, would you like to answer that?
Right. I will actually kind of like follow up with you, Jay. That I'm aware of. I know that's something, I'm sorry, I don't have the correct terminology, Zachary. Not that it's being in the works, but like they just didn't receive it. And we don't know why. And I remember, again, from my brief or short time being in foster care, I never got anything stating what my rights were. Right. So that's just something we've, you know, are pushing for and making sure that foster youth have to receive that. Like that is a priority. And I don't know if it was something that just they're verbally saying, and like verbal is just that's something we're pushing for. That's just not enough. So I hope that helps, Zachary. I'm sorry, we don't have like a very direct answer, but that is something we have discussed with Lisa as well. So it's something we are also pushing for as well.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Imani said, in a lot of residential facilities, they have their rights. Like, you know, this is what the procedure is here. This is how you fill out grievances. This is how you communicate with your caseworker or things like that. But I've never seen a set handbook specifically for the youth just throughout their journey in foster care. And so when the future foster youth rights are finalized, it will be posted in the group homes and residential facilities. And then Ms. Lisa is advising that ODJFS did send it out for a while. But of course, things happen and it just needs to happen again. But
thank you both for your work and your advocacy and your responses. I have one other question I just want to ask. What role do churches play in terms of helping you promote your work? I've heard in the African-American community that foster care adoptions are lower than they should be. So could you speak to that, please?
Yes, I can speak to that. So I have an organization named Ellison, and we advocate and serve our foster youth community. And I was a part of a church who really knew nothing about foster care and what was going on. So for the last 2.5 years, even during COVID, just taking the time and reaching out to different our community churches and just letting them know what's going on, making them aware of things. There are, as of now, we are currently housed at a church to go ahead and just pilot the program of Ellie and what we're created to do. But there are several churches who houses nonprofits that are doing the work in the community, such as Alicia's Closet, Fostering Love, and Stitched. So it's a lot. The church plays a huge role now, more than ever, because years ago it was just like, what is foster care? This is really going on. This is a thing. Children are really being thrown out. So church is now playing a huge role in it.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Are there any other questions? We have Ruth. We have a young man who was in foster care from birth till age 9, which is an amazing foster mom who adopted him. He is now 17 and it's amazing. And we battled the system for him. I would love to get, yes, please. Yes, thank you, Ms. Lisa, for sharing the email. Yeah, are there any other questions? If not, we really appreciate the time that you gave us to present and answer questions.
All right. Thank you all for a wonderful presentation, again, for your great work and much continued success with that. It's been a very important part of our conference today. Thank you again. We just want to announce that the code for this particular presentation will be 0, 0, 0, and 0. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I have an announcement. I wanted to thank the American Promise Alliance for allowing us the grant, and I wanted to thank Kiara Battle, the director of the youth engagement. I wanted to thank her for everything. That's all.
Do you want to say what grant it was, Marie?
Oh, yes, sorry. It's the Power of Youth grant. So basically it involves tackling oppression within the Black community and speaking out against injustices. So, and basically racial healing. It's healing yeah. Sorry, got a little tongue tied. But it's the Power of Youth Challenge, and we have been awarded the grant. So
you did an excellent job, Marie. We're gonna go on a break. So we're gonna give everybody a chance to take a break. We're gonna take a break until 12:50. So we're gonna start back up at 12:50. And then we have 3 more presentations. So we'll see you at 12:50. We're gonna take a quick break. All right? Don't get lost, everybody, and bring some more people back with you.
Yeah. Huh? Till 12:50. Okay. Just a minute.
I'm gonna just play some music because somebody say they can hear it. He did it yesterday. Sure. Dream on.
Okay, we are back from break. It is time for us to move on to our next speakers. Marie, time for you to introduce your next speakers. So our next speakers, we have Tia Klein and Reverend Todd Johnson. Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Reverend Todd Johnson? Do we have him on? I see Tia Klein.
He's here. Dawn has to put him in the panelists.
Okay. So while they're getting that together, I'll go ahead and share with you. The topic is can you tell me how to get literacy? That's what they're going to talk about at this time. Until they start, I will say, I'm going to put some links in the chat. We have some questions, some surveys that we'd like for you to participate in. If you have not already responded to the surveys, the links will be made available in the chat shortly. Also, we are having an anti-racism training that will be, the first session will be held on September 13th. If that's something that you are interested in participating in, I will also put my email in the chat. Just send me an email and let me know, and we will send you the link to register. Thank you.
Hi, Tia and Reverend Johnson. We're trying to move Reverend Johnson. Dawn, if you could move Reverend Johnson into the panel.
Yvonne, did you say something to me? Because I didn't hear.
Yes, we need you to move Reverend Johnson into the panel. Dawn. Okay, there you go. Woo! How are you all?
Good, how are you?
It's good to have you all here. So I know that you all have two groups, two organizations that basically focus on literacy in African-American youth or in youth. And so Tia, you are here representing literacy in the hood. So please tell us about literacy in the hood.
Literacy in the Hood was founded by Chris Matthews in 2017 as a result of her looking for libraries in her neighborhood that basically had books and activities that reflected people, brown and Black people. Since she couldn't find that, she could drive up the street to a suburban library and they had an area where children could read, it was safe, and they had activities, but our libraries in the inner city did not have that same type of library. So as a result, she founded Literacy in the Hood, and Hood stands for helping out our disenfranchised. And Sean has been all over Cleveland passing out free books and bookshelves to parents because her thing is reading for 15 to 20 minutes a day will boost a child's literacy. Another side note I want to add is that Chris is actually one of my good friends. I met her about 2 or 3 years ago through another event, and we just vibed and clicked. And I just told her, anytime that you need me to reach out. So we have a personal connection because one of the things that I do is I'm an educational tutor. And if you all are not aware, we have a 3rd grade reading test here in the state of Ohio that our children must pass before they're promoted to 4th grade. And with our African village to raise a child proverb, she called on me and said that she needed help with her son, Derek, he just turned 10. And I'll talk about him in a second. So he was a few points shy when they took the pre-test of passing the 3rd grade reading test. Needless to say, when it came time for him to take the test, not only did he pass it, he was 40 points above what he needed to pass to get to the 4th grade. And Derek has been so touched and inspired by his mom that he started his own foundation called Boys Do Read. So that's one of the ways that he is trying to get young men to get into reading.
I know you give out books to various events because I know when we were hosting Babies and Brunch that we got books for our children for part of their Christmas bags. And I think, I know for part of their Easter baskets. And so I think, we have so many children that don't have books. Do you want to talk about the lack of books in African-American households?
Yes, and that's because we don't have access. And that's one of the things that Chris provides through her nonprofit is we can't say that we don't have access to free books now because she is making it her personal mission to make sure that we have access. Because what happens is by the time our kids are 5 years old, if you study the suburban neighborhoods, those children know at least 1 million words by the time they start kindergarten. When you look at brown and Black children, a lot of times they may know 1/3 of that. They may not even know 100,000 words. So they're already at a disadvantage by the time they start kindergarten. So that's why it's important that we start them off early with the reading and reading to them and reading the 15, 20 minutes a day so we build their literacy skills.
So what is the average age for young people that you all are serving in your program?
She has all ages. So she has reading materials for different ages from children up through adults. And
so
she also has brown and Black books that, focus on Black and brown people. So she has diversity in the materials that she passes out. And she serves a wide audience from all different walks of life, all different flavors of life.
Thank you, Tia. Do you have anything else that you want us to know? I see you're driving. So do you have anything else you want us to know?
I wanted to share with everyone that in addition to what Sean is doing, I also have a nonprofit that I started last year called Equipped for Life Now. And one of the things that we're doing is we're focusing on literacy. And we're trying to build reading, writing, and math skills in our young people because they're lacking there as well. And we have free materials. I'm actually going to the Maple Heights and Warrensville Heights Library, and I call it my sight, word, and math facts tour. So I can get that information out to everyone. If they'd like to find out the dates and times and sessions, I had that information available. But Chris's thing is she's invested in minds one book at a time. And my motto is educate, liberate, motivate.
Tia, they want you to mention your organization again.
Okay, it's called Equipped, the number 4, Life Now. And I can post the information in the chat.
Okay, thank you. We'd appreciate that. Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right. So Reverend Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for answering our clarion call. I appreciate you. So when the pandemic first started, you were doing, I guess, reading with your boys. You read with your boys all the time. And then you decided that it was not only gonna be your boys, but it was gonna be all these black boys. And I would pop onto Facebook and it would be like 40 boys sitting there listening to you read them a story. So tell us a little bit about Black Boys Read.
Well, I'm an avid reader. I have been a reader since I was a child. I often joke that that's why my glasses are so thick. I used to read by flashlight as a child under the covers. And my children, they love to read. I've always instilled in them a love of reading. And with the pandemic, especially going on and on beyond the first year when we were interrupted from school, and so many programs that were suspended or interrupted that normally would sort of capture our children in interaction and engagement, I decided to start Black Boys Read, which I called Black Boys Read OH because there were a few other organizations similarly named around the country. But I felt that starting an initiative in Northeast Ohio would be a good way of getting started. And we started in the month of February with virtual sessions, which we have continued all the way up until today. And the mission of Black Boys Read is to provide young boys of color with opportunities, resources, and platforms to cultivate their love of reading and improve reading skills and comprehension. We know it's well documented, the reading gap between young Black students, particularly Black males, and other students, and how that translates into lower test scores, lower comprehension, struggles in employment. And I even described to them, even if they wanted to be a sports star, they wouldn't be able to read a contract and know what they're reading if they don't learn reading comprehension. So we've endeavored to close that literacy gap and improve academic performance and really broaden our young people's worldview. Our Black boys need to spur their imaginations and creativity, and nothing can do that better than reading. And beyond that, just pulling them away from tablets and PlayStations and all of that for a few minutes and showing them the world of reading has been wonderful. We do this on 3 principles. I call it the 4 C's of Black Boys Read. It's to improve comprehension, to encourage critical thinking, to enhance creativity, and appreciate our culture. And I'm very grateful that we have had dozens upon dozens of Black boys and their parents sign up. Our sessions can have anywhere from 5 to 6 to several dozen, depending on the time of year. Of course, summertime slowed us down a little bit. We're going to switch over our days because of football season. We were doing Friday nights, but our Black boys have taken hold in the reins of this. And one of the things that I really saw is that it's not just me reading to them, but me hearing from them and asking them about their lives, their interests, their likes, their dislikes. And we've learned so much about each other and what our different Black boys are engaged in. One of the things that I encourage through Black Boys Read is that we are diverse in the genres of books that we read. So some of our boys want to read, or a parent will put a Black history book in their hand because it was Black Boys Read, and they thought, well, this is what you ought to read, when they really wanted to read a Star Wars book, or a Marvel book, or a book about an animal. And so I had to encourage them, read what you like. I don't care if you're reading the back of a cereal box, read what you like. And it has become a very diverse engagement from us. Usually a session consists of about 45 minutes to an hour if we're having a good time, and they do have a good time. And we usually let two of our young people read. They can grab any book in their house. If it's a really long book, they might just read a chapter. If it's a short book, they'll read it, then we'll talk about it. And then once a month, we strive to send out a book to all of our active participants. And we usually go by whoever's been engaged or just signed up. And we have 4 different books we've sent out so far, a minimum of 25 apiece to our Black Boys Read. And we always look for Black authors. So we started with a local author who wrote about a member of the Underground Railroad named William Lambert. And she had a relative who was a part of the Underground Railroad. And then we read a book with a police officer about police shootings with the book called Mama, Did You Hear the News? And one of our captains, a Black police captain, jumped on and he talked to us and shared with us. We read about Buffalo Soldiers with a Black veteran who read with us about Buffalo Soldiers. And right now we're reading another book by a local author, I believe she's from Cleveland, Gabrielle Vaughn and Shelby Graham, A is for Africa, a alphabetical book about Black history. We try to include guests. I saw one of my guests on, Keelan, who is a barber. He jumps on to encourage our boys. And we give them all t-shirts that they can wear around and represent. We pass out gift cards so they can get lunch or a snack from McDonald's or somewhere, excuse the lack of health, with the gift cards. And we even allow them to attend events with us. They recently represented Black Boys Read at a community concert our church hosted in downtown Warren. And they got up, and if my boys went outside playing football, I'd have them come in and do the Black Boys Read Creed, which they shout out, I can read, I can dream, I can succeed. And we make sure that they say that at least twice every single session. So Black Boys Read OH, it can be found on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, Cash App. If you want to make a donation, Black Boys Read OH. And we are probably going to look to expand. We did get a generous donation in the form of a grant from the R.J. Ween Foundation here in Trumbull County that allowed us to get our initial stock of shirts and books. And our community has been incredibly generous. If COVID would subside, we would be doing some more in-person events, and we do want to get all of them to our local library to make sure they all have library cards. That's our main goal. We're just sort of watching the weather, if you would, to make sure. And yes, I did get your inbox, Keelan, and I need to get in touch with you. We will be doing another outdoor event in September in downtown Warren, and our Black Boys Read participants and parents will be not only selling shirts to raise money at the concert that we're having in downtown Warren, but they'll be giving out books to other young people. And Keelan's books will be a part of that. And we have them donated from Keelan, from Black Boys Read, and our local Delta chapter in Youngstown. I wanted to make sure I got the sorority correct. Wanted to respect my sisters. Our local Delta chapter also donated a batch of books. So Black Boys Read really is a passion project, and I hope that it continues to expand and address the issues of reading disparities in our young men.
Wow, it is so great hearing you talk about reading with your boys. I remember reading with my son and getting him like all of Dr. Seuss books, and so now he has sons, and so I have books for them. And so when they come here, I have books, and they both have to have their own book, and they're like, Grandma, read, so they want me to read the same story over and over. But I think it's so important because I think it changes their lives. So for you, your sons, so now you're sharing, you're a minister too. So he's a minister. So you were not only sharing yourself with your faith congregation, but now you're sharing yourself with all of these young men. So how do your boys feel about the fact that their dad is being so instrumental in helping other young boys read?
I believe, or I can see it every day. They're very excited about the opportunities to engage. They want to be on Black Boys Read every Friday. They don't let me forget. They're disappointed when we don't have it. and they love the interaction. And the socialization of our young Black males is so important. It's not just the reading, it's the socialization. It's talking about positive things in a positive and affirming atmosphere where you can be yourself. One thing that I am so proud of, that we started this with the goal of doing a minimum of 15 sessions, because I wasn't sure what our schedule would look like. And we're already at 20, even with the summer break. We're already at 20 virtual sessions and 1 in-person session we were able to fit in the summer. I never once heard our boys pick on each other, bully each other, name call, and they all struggle with some sort of reading. Some are better readers than others. There are some you're telling them every word as they say it, but they are so encouraging. We do a cheer before each reader, and they have to say, go Elias, or go Ethan, or go Kaylin. They have to cheer each other. They have to clap for each other. And without me ever having to reprimand anyone, they are supportive of each other and never, ever cruel or mean, which just reminds me that they will become what you pour into them. And so I believe that the boys, my boys and all the other boys, they feel like they're one. They're connecting, they're seeing each other out, just like they remember each other from school. Now they remember each other as being a part of this Black Boys Read crew. I have one precious boy named Callan, who every session that he's on, he does a commercial for Black Boys Read. He does his own commercial. Freestyle, a 30-second commercial telling all the Black boys to get their butts on Black Boys Read. And that just makes me smile, because I believe we're drawing something out of our young men, and we're exposing them to a positive and productive part of life.
You know what? It's so funny because, so I have 2 things. So the first is, I was in Columbus not too long ago, and I was in a World Market store. And I'm like walking through the aisles and I'm looking. And the first thing I look over, I see this book about a young African-American boy getting his first haircut. So the book is about a Black boy getting a haircut. And all I could think about was your boy. It's like, oh, this would be a good book for Black boys to read. I think, this is your program, Ivanka. This is their program.
You take suggestions. I got a list of suggestions. I'm trying to get them all in. I've got a few more books to buy. We've read everything from LeBron James' I Promise to the books I mentioned here. And you actually learn so much about what people are reading in their homes, and their parents are paying more attention and taking their kids by the Walmart book aisle when they go to Walmart. And to me, that just makes us smile. So I will take any suggestions you have.
And then the other thing is that we have Dr. Zachary Williams on our team. And so Dr. Zachary Williams is the epitome of Black boys. I admire the fact that if I want to know a book quote, I talk to Dr. Williams. Like I'm like, how many books do you have, Dr. Williams? And he said a lot. And he knows we discuss it. We discuss different stuff every morning. And, just to know that, as an African-American male that reads a lot, he's now Dr. Zachary Williams,
Wow.
And so, the fact that he has this whole list of things that he can just total recall and name off, and so when we need quotes, we go to him like, okay, we need a quote for such and such. And he's like, well, Dr. such and such said this in 1930, and we're like writing stuff down. But you see the excitement when he talks about the books, the authors that he's read. And I don't know if anybody else in my team notices, but you can see like the glistening in his eyes when he talks about all these different books. So it challenges all of us to read. And so I think, how many fathers that are part of your group, where their sons are part of your group, are now more engaged?
I'll be honest, the one thing I've noticed the most is that it is almost always mothers, grandmothers, and aunts, caregivers, who are making sure their boys are on. I can probably count about 3 to 4 fathers out of my 24 or so regulars, as I say, who make sure they're on. And so while of course that's a little disheartening or discouraging, I also think to myself, well, I may be very well the Black man that they're engaging with and interacting with. And so I just take that as a responsibility, or maybe the father's just working or just busy and mom's just the one that makes sure they turn off the game and get on. But I don't take it lightly, because I feel that that's our role, is to simply fill in that gap. and then encourage those fathers. But of course, what again Keelan does, actually, I have a few books to drop off at some local barbershops for the barbers and books programs that different ones are doing at barbershops. If we could just get books in young people's hands, in their houses, in their cars, we're getting ready to hit a trip on vacation. The tablets will go away for a while and the books will come out, and it will be, read a book. And I think if we encourage those habits, it will translate up. It's kind of like church. Sometimes the child is the evangelist. Sometimes it's the kid that gets the household going. And I believe that some of these young boys are going to motivate their mothers and fathers and other people in their lives to think about reading more.
Well, I want to thank you for being our guest, and I want to thank Tia for representing literacy in the hood, and I want to thank you for coming on to talk about Black Boys Read. Do we have any questions? Dr. Williams, I'm not taking your job, so you can get on and do that part if you want to.
Don't see any. Thank you, Reverend Doctor.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Yeah, so we really appreciate you. We have your information in the chat. We'll make sure that we share it with others because we want to make sure that your program is supported.
Anyone can join, by the way. I didn't mean to, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Please tell us about joining.
Yeah, you can join. Go to our Facebook page, and there is a link. If you just inbox us or you scroll down a bit, you'll see a link to join. And we are beginning to take individuals. We have some from Columbus. One joins us. One just joined us from Texas or somewhere. So we have a few people who are joining us outside of our immediate area here in Trumbull County. And we are able to mail the books all over the country. And I'll even catch our new recruits up. As many older books that I have, I'll try to catch them up and send them whatever we can. So appreciate any support and hope to see these types of initiatives spread everywhere that they can.
Thank you. Black Boys Read Ohio. And look for them on Facebook. So they have a Facebook page that'll tell you what day they're going to be available, and no football Sundays. So
yeah. Don't do it to me.
So they're available on Wednesday. And then somebody says, I want to bring this to Boston.
Oh, that would be beautiful. I mean, let's connect. You can shoot us an inbox on our Facebook page. We would love to help. You just maybe shoot you the model. I'm the type of person, I would just give you all my notes. I don't care. You can take this, preach my sermons. I don't care what you do, as long as it does good for somebody's life, as long as it helps somebody.
And Ruth said it was an excellent presentation. Ruth from Peace in the Hood.
Wonderful.
So thank you so much. Dr. Williams, do you have any final thoughts?
No, great presentation and great work, both Reverend Johnson and also Tia as well.
Thank you so much. You all have a great day.
You too. You all take care.
Thank you. Dawn, I think Loretta is Loretta over on our side? She's gonna present.
Just to announce the code for this presentation is 1986.
We're waiting to get Loretta on. So Loretta, sorry y'all, let me show my face. Loretta Gray is gonna come on and she's gonna talk about developmental disabilities in African American youth. Yes, Dawn?
Are you ready for me, Ivanka?
I sure am.
Okay, give me a moment.
All right, thank you.
Give me a second. Okay. My computer's a little slow. What's going on? Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Can you see it? You see it, Ivanka? The
Yes.
PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, let me get it set up here. I was trying to read. I'll tell you, let's see, slideshow. I don't know why it's so slow today, but okay. Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to talk a little bit about some strategies to help you with your mental health. And mental health affects everyone. People with learning disabilities, people with typical intelligence, it doesn't matter. My mind's playing tricks on me, mental health and Black youth. Especially during the pandemic, teens, you've heard a lot about suicide, just overwhelmingness of the stresses of anxiety, frustration, depression, and isolation due to the pandemic. Zoom fatigue, part of the growth progress of young people is that social interaction with their peers. And so all of that was taken away. And so there was really pretty much you're in at home and you're not around your friends where you're interacting. You're pretty much, you know, dealing with your family members. There's really no outlet. And then you're doing online school, Zoom fatigue. In some cases, young people were doing the hybrid model, which is you are in school maybe 2 days a week, and then you are online again. And the stresses of keeping up with that and keeping up with your homework assignments and your class assignments. And so that absence of physical socialization with your peers had a significant impact on young people. And many young people didn't know how to cope with that or what to even do about it. So one of the strategies that can be used is practicing mindfulness. And mindfulness is kind of a strategy or intentionally focusing on your awareness, taking breaks when you feel overwhelmed, focusing on the moment and noticing your emotions and your physical sensations, because your mental affects your physical, and without thinking negatively about yourself. Just take a moment, do a puzzle, sit quietly, relax your mind, take some deep breaths in and out, watch a movie, listen to music, putting a puzzle together, and then meditation. Meditation, just closing your eyes for a moment and just taking a break. Sometimes the news can be overwhelming. It has been just really stressful, not even knowing what the outcome will be with the COVID-19, the virus and the variants and things like that. It just really puts a lot of stressors on young people. So practicing mindfulness, taking a moment, paying attention to your body and your mind, and stepping away from it to observe your thoughts, think about it, and then staying in tune with your emotions and your mindset. And so here you can see a young man practicing meditation. And you can also do affirmations for yourself each day. I can do this. Things will get better soon. I have no control over what is happening right now, but I can control my thinking and my stressors. I can take a moment. I can do a puzzle. I can draw. I can paint. I can write in a journal, write my feelings down so that I can be in tune. And then also to write down what you're grateful for. And practice this every day. Set aside, put in your schedule that you will take a break at a certain time. You're going to turn off your cell phone, turn off your game, and also maybe not watch television, or if you watch television, watch it with your family, a family movie, listen to some music. As Ms. Hall mentioned earlier, a lot of young people have on their headphones, so music can be very calming. And there are some apps that you can even download to your phone where there's music and there's meditation guides. And I have those that I have to pull up. And then also just taking, there's a kit you can put together, a yoga mat. You can have they also have coloring books for young people, adult coloring books. You can color, it takes time, and your mind is then focused on what you are doing. Also, if you like to dance, you have the headsets on, you can dance, things like that. Call one of your friends and talk to them, catch up on what they've been doing. And I'm going to end this PowerPoint and continue to talk. And just want to say too, that prolonged or intense stress takes a toll on a teen and adult. So causing anxiety, depression, acting out, physical illness, and learning issues or difficulties. These are good reasons to work on and manage your stressors early using a variety of forms of mindfulness. And I'm going to give you more information about that, and also the apps that you can use. So mindfulness has a lot of benefits. It reduces stress and it improves your ability to manage stress. It increases your focus. So if you're practicing mindfulness, taking breaks for yourself and doing something else so that you're not overwhelmed, it improves your ability to pay attention, focus, and concentrate. So then your schoolwork will likely improve. Improves your emotion regulation, reduced impulsiveness. Because sometimes you might think, I'm just sick of this and I don't want to do it anymore, it's too much. But if you practice mindfulness, it helps you to calm yourself and then to refocus on something else and then come back to it later. And it also increases your emotional intelligence. For example, you might get upset and then you might, you know, be a little angry with your family members. And so practicing mindfulness, which is something you can do with your family members, would help you to reduce that. And then your resilience, and that is your ability to make it through. It increases your capacity to overcome the challenges that, and I know it's been difficult. It helps you to overcome these challenges. It works well for adults too. And it improves your physical well-being, because keep in mind that you have your mental, your physical, and your spiritual connection. All these things work together. So it also improves your creativity and collaboration. So if you're using a coloring book, and don't laugh because they have adult coloring books, you can draw, you can get a drawing tablet, and just, if you want to just draw whatever you feel like drawing at the time. You can even express your emotions in your drawings. So it also improves your ability to express yourself through creative arts. And so you can also set aside a journal where you can journal your ideas. You can write your feelings down and talk them over with your family members or someone you trust. Also, there are hand fidgets that you can manipulate. That is kind of calming. And I want to add to that also, if you have a pet, pets are really good rubbing a dog or cat, or that helps to calm you, that because they're not talking to you, you're just rubbing, and it's a calming strategy. And also you want to use a timer, and in your planner, write down every day when you are going to take a break, and then set your timer to 15, 20 minutes, whatever you need, and then take your break. And you can also play game boards with your family members, your siblings. I do want to share with you a couple of apps that you can download. I want to say too, you can practice mindful eating. You could eat more slowly, don't rush your meals, chew thoroughly, eliminate distractions by turning off the TV and putting down your phone. You can eat in silence where it's quiet and peaceful. Focus on how the food makes you feel, and stop eating when you're full. Some of the mindfulness apps for teens is Calm, and it's the #1 app for mindfulness and meditation. Even if you've never done any meditation before, Calm's guided meditations will walk you through it. They also have breathing programs, relaxing music, and sleep stories. Sleep is important too. Colorfly is a free coloring app. Coloring can be relaxing and is a great creative outlet for teens and adults. There are many other free coloring apps, but you can find them on iTunes or in Google Play. There's no need to pay for a coloring app with so many free options. Coloring can help with grounding and distressing for you if you're experiencing anxiety. And then Reset Yoga and Mindfulness series. You can follow along with the Reset series as your Zen Networks yoga instructors take you through family-friendly yoga and mindfulness techniques that can be done anywhere, anytime, whether you're feeling frustrated, anxious, overwhelmed, or having trouble sleeping. The short series of videos provide yoga practices to help you manage these feelings without any special equipment. And finally, I want to say, if you are practicing mindfulness and you're discovering that it's still overwhelming, there is a hotline that you can call. I recommend that first you talk with an adult and then seek help to help you deal with whatever you're going through. And then also keep a journal on your thoughts and your feelings. There is a hotline that I will share with you. Just a moment. Let's see. I'm sorry, I thought I had it up here. Shoot. My technology is so slow today. This is just amazing. I'm sorry. So NAMI is one resource that you can use. There is a hotline that I am trying to pull up here that I had pulled up. Okay, the NAMI, that is the National Association for Mental Illness, and it's open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., but there's a 24-hour hotline. That number is 1-800-950-6264, and the website is info@nami.org. I recommend that you speak to someone if you're feeling overwhelmed, even before, in the middle, or after you are trying and practicing mindfulness strategies. Okay. Thank you. Any questions? I want to
Thank
say
you, Dr. Loretta.
that oh, very good. Oh, good. I want to say too that I practice mindfulness because, believe it or not, adults get overwhelmed as well. Having that change from that in-person contact, face-to-face, not being able to hug your family members. All I could do was FaceTime with my daughter and my grandson. And so I love listening to music. Music is kind of universal. Listen to any music that makes you feel happy. And then your daily affirmations. I can do this. I'm worthy. I am amazing. Compliment yourself. And then yoga too. Yoga is very relaxing. And not only that, it tightens it tones your body at the same time. So when you're working on your mind, your body is going to benefit. And when you're working on your body, your mind, in the opposite way too. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I know in my classroom, I always played calming music, and my students always seem to calm down. And also after lunch, when everybody is fired up and excited, there was a 20-minute break before we even got back to the academics. And so they were doing things with their hands. So it kind of channeled that energy into a center place to get their minds refocused. And so, you know, doing some puzzles, even in middle school. I taught middle school puzzles. There's that silly putty where you can manipulate and move it around, and it just takes your mind off of things. Are there any questions?
Dr. Gray, Paisley writes, she's a yoga instructor and she feels dismayed that the yoga community is overwhelmingly white. She asked the question, what do you recommend for her as a teacher to make yoga offerings feel more inclusive for people of color? And if I also can add, what do you say to maybe members of the religious community or the African-American community who feel that meditation and or yoga are against or anti-religious or just things that they're not accustomed to doing?
So thank you for that. First of all, and I know mental health is kind of taboo in the African American community, and that's something that we're seeing more and more people begin to speak out about it. And I want to say that we saw that with the Olympics, some of our female athletes who spoke out, Naomi Osaka, and you know, so I would say if yoga, because that is kind of a mind thing, meditation, I would say do something else under the mindfulness umbrella, such as, you know, even if they want to color or do something artistic, paint, play a game with your family or something like that. There's so many different resources that you can use in regards to mindfulness, that if it does fall in a category where it compromises your religious beliefs, then try one of the other resources. You can read a book. We talked about literacy earlier. Read a book. I understand, Dr. Zachary, you have a lot of books. So reading, it takes your mind, puts your mind into the reading and away from all of the other stressors as well. And I would say for yoga, for the African American community, that maybe it is something that needs to be explored more. I have seen in the last year that there are more African American yoga instructors. And so maybe getting the information out to the community of the benefits of it, even if they don't want to meditate, you know, the exercise, the stretching of it tones the body. And so maybe that information can be given out, you know, to the community.
Thank you. And I'll just say that, you know, I remember when you talk about the modern civil rights movement, you have a lot of Black Christian ministers who went to India to consult with a Hindu named Gandhi. And some argued he was one of the best representatives of Christianity they had met. And it's from that encounter of difference that they brought back and transformed not only this country, but the world. So I appreciate your presentation, because I think sometimes we can see things as boogie men or people that are not harmful, but actually can be very helpful to us.
Yeah.
So that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to just say too, and this is not an advertisement, but some of the adult coloring books and colored pencils, you know, you can get those at the general stores for little or nothing. I have two actually that I use. Sometimes you just need to take your mind off things, just to get yourself recentered again. Um, so I would say, and that's something too that the family can do together. You know, there are a lot of family, you can even go for a walk in the park, or, you know, just something to take yourself off of, because Zoom fatigue is real. I'm going to say that. And so everything is online pretty much now. And so you have to step away from some of it. Yeah, so, oh, very good. I see. So some people on here do practice yoga, but, and I do agree with Dr. Zachary, is that Gandhi is well renowned for his mindfulness practices and peaceful ways of being. And I think that's how Dr. King, he came up with a nonviolent protest, because, you know, if somebody's hitting you and, you know, putting dogs on you and fire hoses, all this water with magnificent pressure, that you get upset. Dr. King, the nonviolent protest is, I think that was born out of his visit to with Gandhi as well. Are there any other questions?
I don't see any others. Nicole Griffin says that she's a Christian and uses yoga from a health perspective, but she doesn't practice the chants because she doesn't understand them. But she's still trying to learn.
Oh, very good. Because it has its health benefits, you know. With anything, you can modify it to what works for you and what's based on your belief system. So, just modify it and make it work for you and your family. And young people, talk it over with your parents before you start, just so that everybody is on the same page.
And Paisley, is encouraging, definitely wants to get more African Americans involved in yoga, and definitely believes there needs to be more Black instructors. So she offered those comments as well.
I have a question for her. Are your classes, are they virtually? Are her classes virtual? Why don't you, I'm gonna make a recommendation on YouTube. Okay. So why don't you send that information to Ivanka, and possibly that could be something that can be shared with the network, because there's probably a lot of people out interested in yoga, but just haven't found where to participate in it at. Thank you, Paisley. Ivanka will have to answer to that. I just made a recommendation, her and Dr. Zachary. But Ivanka, the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition is all about health and Black health. So if that would be a benefit to the African American community, I do know that she would be an advocate for that as well.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Thank
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get ready for our last and final presentation. And it'll come from propaganda. Thank you, Loretta Gray, for filling in for us for our mental health talk. I truly appreciate it. I think you did a wonderful job.
Thank
So
you.
thank you so much. We appreciate you.
You're very welcome, always.
And I think we're just waiting for our last speaker to come on board. Thank you, Loretta.
You're welcome.
Don, he's in the chat. It says Prop Jason.
What's up, y'all?
How are you doing?
Hey, I'm here. How y'all?
We're good. We're going to get you started in 1 second. So we're going to have the students introduce you. It's good to see you. And then we're going to have Dr. Williams give the code so that the people who won't come to chase after me.
Okay.
So Dr. Williams, do you want to give the code?
Yes, 3457. And this is not bingo.
345. Do I need to know that code?
No, only if you're getting CEs. It's 3457.
3457.
And then Lashale, which student is going to do the introduction?
Amari Turner is going to do the introduction.
Okay.
And also the tabletop. Unless you want to do the tabletop.
No, they can start.
Okay.
Okay.
Amari, we're ready for you.
Could everyone that's on my team, if they're on the show their face on the camera, if you're speaking?
Okay. There you go.
Hello. Just want to say thank you for being with us here today, and we're excited to hear from you. Today we have propaganda. Sorry, he's an LA artist, and more than an artist, also has a message to say. We're excited to hear, and thank you for being with us.
Oh, let's go.
I think so.
We in there. Okay. I was in there. What's up, everybody? Yeah, my name's Propaganda. I'm here from Los Angeles. I'm from South Central, but I'm on the I live on the east side now, and you know, for us as city folk, that matters. You know what I'm saying? Like which part of town you in, you know, so you got to be specific, right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, so I'm South Central. I live on the east side now. Honored to be here with y'all, share a couple poems and some ideas. And if I'm right, if I remember, my memory serves me, we're gonna do some little bit of discussing too, right? Okay, I just want to make sure, like, I don't want to take up this whole time. So I guess to calibrate, I could start with this this poem called Mission to Mars. So ride with me for a little bit. So I was thinking, as we watch like these billionaires fly into space, you know, and I just started thinking about, if the goal is to get to Mars, what that's gonna be like. So again, this poem's called Mission to Mars. So I was thinking, if we're not careful, Mars is gonna be just another gold rush, another pre-Columbian America, scraping, raping, scratching, gouging, making up lines, then screaming mine into newly formed oxygen, tapping planetary veins in search of arrogance in the form of rocks, imaginary wealth. You know, the real millionaires of the gold rush were the shovel salesmen. I think we going about this all wrong. Mars, finna be another East India trading code, spilling Mars spices across the most pristine of spacescapes, till somebody starts a war over something that just come out the ground. Because somebody used what come out the ground to buy the ground. You know what funded the Renaissance was the Atlantic Ocean. It was the forests. You know, you wrong, Mom. Money does grow on trees. Trees are money. We just ain't getting none because they chopped them all down to build their cathedrals so me and you could get out the nigger quarters. Listen, I'm not salty. Hell, salt for sale too. Are we finna act like Standing Rock protesters were not absolutely correct? Lakota water sources stained with earth blood. History got bars. Rhyming like a mug. Yo, if we not careful, our friendships will be just another gold rush. People as transactions, functional. If we're not careful, our relationships, our marriages, just another gold rush. People as property, for identity, for satiation. It's been my finding that we are much better at crisis than we are warning. And I'm starting to wonder about that first part, but if the Visa ever got versed, it would body that beat. You know, if we're not careful, our own selves will be just another gold rush. You too busy taking advantage of you to even enjoy you, to realize your proverbial F's to give are a fossil fuel, a non-renewable resource. Yes, there's enough of you to go around, but where is your code? Everything ain't for everybody. When's the last time you told something no when the bag was oh so yes? Why are there bits of you floating around the stock market and flea market? You couldn't bring your full self to a moment, even if you tried. If we not careful, we don't learn to take care. We may not see that Earth as Mars will be fine. Trees sprout their branches, cracking the strongest of concrete, but you need a break. You need some rest. And although you don't owe us anything, we are honored to be a part of your orbit. So that's that poem. I'm gonna act like y'all are screaming that was the most amazing thing you ever heard in your life. Anyway, yeah. Oh, were you gonna say something?
No, I was just a silent clap.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody was going. Well, bad. Yeah, I thought somebody was gonna ask a question or something. Yeah, I'm screaming. Thank you. Yeah. So, if you wasn't able to follow, which I mean, I hate to start a sentence like that, but like the concept, if you didn't catch it, was like I'm going outside to inside. I read this. I always forget this lady's name, but my wife put me on to her. She's this kind of feminist thinker from the 70s, and she had this phrase. I always forget this lady's name, but it's the personal is political, right? And that culture can only be as healed as we are, right? And I think that when we start outside, which is what I was trying to do with this poem, is like, well, if we think about planets just based on their resources, then it's just a mindset that will eventually be how we treat each other, and then ultimately how we treat ourselves. And I think, especially as, you know, a Black person, you know, or just a person of color for that matter, but specifically a Black person, we, you know, W.E. Du Bois talked about that double consciousness that we kind of all carry, you know what I'm saying? And I think a part of that double consciousness is this dissonance in the sense that, you know, my father was a Black Panther. So like a part of like the weight of, that's it, Harold Hanish, thank you so much. The part of the weight that I carry is the weight of the entire culture, you know what I'm saying, the weight of the entire world, and to push us all forward. And I understand that I'm a part of this greater picture, and at the same time, I am just a man, you know what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of times, you know, these systems that we're trying to take down are actively currently crushing us, you know what I'm saying? So like, I'm supposed to like, you know, describe this boot leather while it's on my neck, you know what I mean? Like there's this, like, you have this dual thing happening with you, you know what I'm saying? And then there's like, but I'm actually suffering from the very thing that I'm trying to take down. So
how do we get kids, how do we get young people to think like you, to understand that they're part of a greater world, and that their pieces in it, that they can their pieces can help our pieces of the puzzle change and overturn a lot of the things that are going on?
I love that. I love that question, because again, it's like, it's the second part of her quote, which is like, culture is only as healed as we are. So like that problem out there oftentimes is a problem in here. So understanding that, like, since you know you don't live on an island, you know this planet has other humans, and you understand how culture works. Culture is like, this is one thing I think for it's very important for especially for students in general, but specifically Black students, is to understand that culture isn't something separate from us. We're not at war with culture. We are culture. Culture is humans trying to figure out how to live together. So you get to make it. You know what I'm saying? So I think with students, if you understand that, like, we are making the world we're in, like, we make it, you know? So if you like, if it's not cracking, if it's not beautiful, well, it's on us to make it beautiful, you know, because we make culture. And if we're not making it, somebody else is. So in my mind, when students have their brain around the fact that, like, the world we exist in, somebody made it up. Some people, all of this, you know, whether it's capitalism, socialism, democracies, communism, whatever, somebody made that up. It don't exist, and somebody made it up. You know what I'm saying? So what's wrong with your imagination? You can make up something. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can imagine a better world if you understand that the world we exist in was somebody else's imagination. You know what I'm saying? So I think that when you get, for me, when I got a grasp on that, where I was like, oh, you mean to tell me I get to choose the laws? You tell me the laws in this nation, I get to choose them? Oh, no brainer. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that participation, that, again, culture is not something that's happening to you. Culture is something you get to create. You know, I think in my mind, it's a whole mind shift. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I started with, like, the Mars thing. Cause, like, you know, Mars is, at this point, is a blank canvas, and any problems on Mars is because we brought it there. So I'm like, well, what make Mars any different than Earth? Any problem with Earth is us. Like, we did this, you know? It's almost like, I think, I hope I'm not rambling. I hope this kind of makes sense to you, but I think, like, if any of y'all have any exes, any ex-boos, you know what I'm saying? You had any ex-boo things, you know, and if you had this string of people that you was like, dang, that, I don't know, man, that fool was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Man, that boy was crazy. Or, oh man, that girl crazy, whatever it is. And you keep saying, man, why I keep dating these crazy girls? And I'm like, well, wait a minute now. Is it really them? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it, you meeting all these different people across town, all these different situations, and they all kind of turning out the same, maybe you practicing some habits that is causing this. You know what I'm saying? So yes, so that self-reflection to be like, okay, what's my role in here? If this is, I look around my neighborhoods, I look around, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever it is, I'm like, I live here. You know, this my hood, this my city, this my state, I live here and I get a say. You know, so if I get a say, then I'm gonna make my say very loud. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully a say that is considers the person next to me, because I hope that they considering me too when they make their needs loud. You know what I'm saying? But if we keep doing this, then, you know, where I'm like, well, I'm taking care of me, well, I'm taking care of me, I'm taking care of me. And like, look, that's just, I mean, that's gang stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's just hood. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that don't help us. Come on now. If you done survived any, you understand it, like that don't work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta function like this. But then at the same time, that's why I love what you guys are trying to do, is understanding that there's this bigger community, but at the same time, what helps the bigger community is me being as healthy, as processed, as full, and as fulfilled as possible. So I can bring that to our collective work.
So Amari is supposed to be the person handling your table talk. Amari, do you have questions for Prop?
Yeah, I think I want to touch back on something you said earlier. You said the generation of being tired and being passed down to you from your father and stuff. So how would you say the police killings and gun violence has impacted you as being a Black man?
Oh my gosh, yeah, exhausted. I think that's a great phrase. Like, just absolutely exhausted. Especially because I find myself like, I'm like, dang man, it was 60 years ago that my father was doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, how are we still having the same problem? You know what I'm saying? And it's definitely exhausting. So I think that at this stage in my like activism, to where when I was, you know, I had younger knees, like I like to say, when my knees were younger, you know, it was like, yeah, I'm at the front of the protest. I'm gonna stay the whole night. I'm gonna tussle with the cops. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna dangle off the side of it. But now, like, I'm an elder statesman now. So now it's more like, okay, I got to get back to watch my children. You feel me? It, like, I got a bedtime these days, you know? So it is my part to like, again, remember my role in it. And if you move from like, you know, foot soldier to general, like you got to use the wisdom that you gain. So I started thinking about the way that my father used to talk to us, was just like, hey, it's this, and I think the way that it, like I said, it exhausted me, but it reminded me to like understand where I am in this struggle, right? And that, you know, the reality of like, this isn't a one and done thing, it's a maintenance thing, you know what I'm saying? And like, we need to continue to push the line, hold the line, push the line until we see, you know, the incremental changes that we desire to see. I say this in a sense of, again, remembering the police weren't always militarized. They weren't always like this. So that meant that someone was pushing the line, but they was pushing the line against us. You feel me? So if that's the case, then we need to push back and say, well, you ain't always have tanks. You wasn't always shooting us like this. So that means you got that way some way. So we need to push that back, and just having a longer view of history and just saying, you know, if I can mitigate, you know, and keep the deaths at a minimal, I'm just going to keep pushing, you know, back towards it, and understand that like somebody younger than me, somebody strong, somebody that got younger knees than me, you know what I'm saying? What they don't need my jadedness, they don't need my bitterness, they don't need that. They need my encouragement and they need my wisdom. So what happened for me was like, okay, I need to start thinking in terms of not like, let me go tear it down, but let me impart wisdom into the lessons that I learned, you know, when I was a teen and, you know, when I was out here during the, you know, being stupid during the LA riots, you know what I'm saying? Like, I need to learn and impart that wisdom so that when y'all go out there and carry this torch, that you do it wiser than we did. And I did it wiser than my father, you know what I'm saying? And then your kids do it wiser than y'all do, you know what I'm saying? So that, you know, we see the totality of our cultural experience get better. But yeah, but you nailed it. I was exhausted. Just absolutely exhausted. And in a lot of ways, it was like, I kept doing these interviews about like, hey, you know, it seems as though, and y'all probably got those same questions too. Like, it seems like there's a lot more outrage this time. You know, do you feel like this is different? And I see some of the OGs smiling because I was like, they was like, you know, basically it was trying to say, there's a lot more white people involved in protests these days. They was like, are you encouraged by that? And I was like, we'll see. I'll hold. We'll see. And I'm still on the like, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, back to what you're saying about being so exhausted during this, because it's a lot. And then you were talking about really wanting to spread that wisdom into the next generation. Would you say that it inspires you, or is there more that also inspires you to keep going?
I mean, yeah, that absolutely inspires me. In the sense of like seeing some of the innovations and the ways that, you know, the young homies have like, you know, really learned how to, I think in a lot of ways, make their demands very clear. I think y'all have a much more intersectional kind of inclusive understanding of like the full diaspora of justice. You know, whereas like, you know, with us, it was a lot of triaging in the sense that like, you know, we were like, we just got to stop the bleeding, you know what I'm saying? But we didn't have necessarily the wherewithal to understand that like, it's a global system we're trying to take down. So in the idea of like understanding how our, you know, justice work also includes immigrants, includes Afro-Latinos, includes, you know what I'm saying, you know, includes Latinos period, includes Palestine, includes all this stuff. And what I've been seeing is like, I've been encouraged by how y'all are getting that, you know what I'm saying? That like, it's a bigger umbrella because the police brutality is one branch, you know what I'm saying, of a bigger problem, a bigger system that we all need to try to like chip away against, which again, I can't stress enough, was just made up. You know what I'm saying? So that definitely encourages me. What also encouraged me was like, you know, I was seeing protest signs with like my lyrics, you know, all over the city, you know, all over the country. And they were from like songs that were 3 and 4 years old, you know what I mean? And like, I ain't win no Grammys, you know, I'm on nobody's top 10 list, you know, and when you put out music, a lot of times you just like, is it really doing anything? You know what I'm saying? And especially if you don't get that first hit, you know what I'm saying, when it dropped, you just like, well, I guess it was fun, you know what I mean? But to see that stuff come back around, like, you know, 4 years later, be like, okay, I'm really doing something. I'm really a part of like, you know what I'm saying? You want to make, for me personally, it's like, I want to make something that sits in the river of just Black music, period, that people can always go back to and dip from. Like, I mean, all of us, you know, you could still put on Marvin Gaye right now, the What's Going On record, and be like, did he write this yesterday? Like, you know what I mean? So that's the type of stuff that I want to continue to create. And that really, really inspires me.
Yeah, and like you were saying how it's a bigger picture than just the police brutality and just African American issues and the intersectionality with immigrants
Hmm.
as well. I think something that more recently has added to that is the pandemic. Is there anything
For
that you
sure.
think how the pandemic has affected your life or even your artistry?
Yeah. I think there's like two answers to that, right? So there's like my like home life off the mic, you know, dad, husband, and then there's the like professional, the business of making art. You know, I think both the pandemic affected them both. I think one thing I realized was like my whole marriage, I had never spent an entire like a whole month at home. I was always gone at least one weekend, one day, one this. I was touring, you know. I mean, this is like our bread and butter. So I was gone. And I think that like I always kind of was like, I just come from that like just that work ethic of like, you know, everybody got the same 24 hours and you make no excuses. You know what I'm saying? Again, my father was a Black Panther. It was like, of course you're not gonna be treated fairly. And you know what I'm saying? Get up and go to work. You feel me? That's like, then work twice as hard. Then do it. You know, so I just kind of came from that and I've always worked that way. And since the pandemic kind of made me go, well, I think in the back of my mind, I always thought that I was going to ruin my career. Like I was going to say something stupid. I was going to mouth off with the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? And I was going to end it all. But since I didn't, a virus did, I was a little bit relieved that I was like, okay, I didn't ruin it. You know what I'm saying? So it made me slow down. It made me appreciate really the time with my children on a personal note. It made me really pay attention to like, if I was overworking myself, if I wasn't resting well enough, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't really taking care of myself in a way that I probably should have, just not Sabbathing, just not like, you know, not taking time to take care of me, just always on the red, always in fight or flight. And if you from the inner city, you kind of you're always on like fight or flight. You know what I'm saying? You always operating in the red because it's never safe. You know what I mean? So just seeing the toll that was kind of taking on me, the pandemic really made me kind of slow down. And then just, you know, I think professionally, it was like, hey, you don't always have to spin plates. You know what I mean? You can say no. Like it's okay to, and you'll be fine. It's like I've been poor before, you know. So if let's just say you'll be fine. Like, you know what I'm saying? So if it don't work out financially, you'll be fine. It'll be fine. You know what I'm saying? So I think that and once you accept that, I was able to be even more creative and kind of like think about like diversifying. And you know, I don't know if I have. I was like, do I have a retirement fund? Like, is there, you know what I'm saying? Do I have other accounts? Like, is there other business happening? You know what I'm saying? And I had all these other things that were like kind of on the back burner, whether it was like the coffee, the poetry, the book, you know, all these different things that like I had never really given my full attention to. Not being able to tour made me give all these other things my full attention. And I was like, man, you know, I can, there is joy in other things. I can do other stuff. There are, you know, as Mobb Deep says, there are numerous ways to earn funds, you know, and I think it reminded me of that. It just reminded me of like that mentality that kind of like got me to where I was as an artist, to where it's like, I'm not afraid of working. There's always ways to make money. You know what I'm saying? So if you lose shows, it'll be fine. You've been poor before. You know, we ate spaghetti because spaghetti lasts for weeks. You know what I'm saying? That's how I was raised. You know, you'll be all right. You know, put a little water in that sauce. It's okay. Don't be so bougie. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I went back to that, you know, and that now coming out of it, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So now it's like, I'm gonna say yes to an event such as itself because I want to. You know what I'm saying? Not because I'm like, I ain't gonna make rent if I don't. You know what I'm saying? I'll make rent. I'll figure it out. You know what I mean? I want to do this, you know, and I think that, so I feel like I came out much more healthy.
It was definitely a positive note for you to be able to take a break and really just find the meaning behind why you even started it in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, but some youth were having trouble more because it wasn't a break. It was like the outside world was their break. So what would you say to kids that had to deal with depression or anxiety during that period?
Yeah, my own daughter, it crushed her bad. You know, I mean, we in therapy now, you know. So I think it's gonna sound like a backwards compliment, but like I am absolutely amazed and happy that y'all even know the word depression, that you're able to identify what that is, because we weren't allowed to even say the word, like, because we didn't have no concept of it. It was like cheer up, you know what I'm saying? Or like, well, you just not trusting the Lord, you know, and just so we never had language or the freedom to even identify that that was the problem. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense, but like, we didn't have language around depression, you know, and especially if you was a kid, like for us, it was like, you too young to be depressed. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? For real? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, you still got to wash them dishes, and dishes don't care about how you feel. You know what I'm saying? So like, that was us, you know what I'm saying? Maybe to mow the lawn, it'll cheer you up, you know? So I am in a lot of ways very happy that you even have a word for it, you know? So now that you got a word for whatever you're going through, there are steps you can make, you know? So I guess my encouragement to y'all, and especially now that, like, since my daughter, like, and my wife has kind of always struggled with depression, you know, so I had to learn to really understand and appreciate what might be going on inside your head, to where you like, I don't want to be laying here all day. You know what I'm saying? I can't get up. You know what I mean? I would say, man, like, yo, like every moment, every minute's a win. You know what I'm saying? Every minute you still here is a win, you know, and like, count your wins. You know what I mean? If the win is like, I made my bed today, that's a win. You feel me? If you was like, look, like one thing we had to do was like, my rule in my house, because in case you ain't noticed, I'm Black as hell. So my rule in my house is, you know, I better not see one gaming console on before the gaming console and a dirty dish don't work. You feel me? Like, everything needs to be done before this can happen. You know what I'm saying? And the cutoff is 2 o'clock. You feel me? Like, if there's a dish in my sink at 2 o'clock, we got an issue. You feel me? I had to learn to let that go and be like, now I expect my dishes washed, but maybe the 2 o'clock thing is too much for you. Maybe I'm asking too much of you for this. So as a parent, I had to be like, okay, they need to be done today. You feel me? So for my daughter, it was like, again, for her, every moment's a win. It's like, all right, you made it, you did it by 4 today. That's a win. You know what I'm saying? You took a shower today. Praise the Lord. You feel me? So I think that, like, my encouragement to you is like, clock your wins. You know what I'm saying? Pace yourself, set attainable goals, you know, be kind to yourself, be gracious to yourself, you know. Now that you know what it is, like, if you need meds, you need meds. Don't let nobody, you feel me? Like, if you had a headache, you take some pills. You like, what's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, those things, like take those things serious. Find somebody to talk to. If you can't talk to mama and daddy, find somebody to talk to, and find somebody that's not just a homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need somebody with a little more wisdom than that. You know what I mean? Like, have somebody to talk to, you know, break that bread. I know for our house, like, we just had to make that sacrifice. It's like, can we afford to send our daughter to therapy? No, we can't afford it. Also, but you know what I can't afford? Her taking her own life. I also can't afford that, you know? So I'm like, we had to make a decision as a house. What are we going, okay, so where are we gonna get, okay, let's find this money. Let's find it. You know what I mean? And it's like, and in some cases, finding it meant I had to sell this TV. We ain't got no TV no more. I had to do, you know what I'm saying? And like do these different things because I'm like, my daughter's life is worth it, you know? Nah, I can't afford this. You know, no, I can't, you know, but I also can't afford to lose her. So from a parent perspective, it was like, let me be gracious enough to meet you where you are. But my encouragement to the student is like, listen, every moment, count every moment. You feel me? Every moment you still here is a win. I can't stress that enough. Every moment's a win, you know, and set them attainable goals. You know, if it's, again, you took a shower, that's a win. Made your bed, that's a win. You fed yourself, that's a win. You know what I mean? So just every moment, take every step at a time, you know what I'm saying? Like chewable chunks, you know? Does that help?
Yeah, I definitely think it does. It brings another perspective for someone going through that same thing. I think a lot of people also here on find something that you're passionate about and like really stick to that.
Sure.
Was there anything that helped you find your drive or that continues to push you down this path?
Man, that's a great question. I think for me, I really love hip hop. Like I love poetry. I love music, and was doing 4 years. Like, you know, I'm the kid, you know, the complete cliche, just laying in the bed, 2 a.m, headphones on, you know what I'm saying? Like as a child, like I loved it. You know, whenever I got in trouble, you know, it's so funny, like getting run-ins with the law, getting in trouble was all because of hip hop. You know, I was writing my name on the wall because of hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Like I was out past curfew because I wanted to see this rapper. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for me, it was like, even if it was like getting into gang scuffles, I was there because the homie was a good rapper. Like, I don't care nothing about y'all sets. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to do the hip hop thing. So for me, I found something I really loved and gave me a life. And I decided very young that I was like, I'm never gonna have a job I don't like. I just told myself that I refuse to, because again, you could always make money. That's not, and I'm not afraid to work. If I had to work at McDonald's, I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want to. You know what I'm saying? But I can. I'm not gonna stand there and complain because, again, I come from that work ethic thing. But I think for me, it was how I found and maintained the passion was like, I just made a commitment to myself to never not like what I do. Does that make sense? Like, I'm just like, I will always like what I do. And even if it takes hard work, even if it takes a lot of pain and suffering, I'm willing to take this pain because I want to like what I do. You know, if you like helping people, he's like, yo, you know, I think I want to be a therapist. I'm like, that take 8 years of school. That's hard. And I was like, okay, yeah, it's hard. It's going to take a long time. Okay. I want to like what I do. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to love it, do it. So I think for me, I've never lost sight of that decision, you know, for me, early in my life to be like, you just see people, you know, people talking about, I hate Mondays, or like, you know, just come home complaining. I don't know if any of your mom and daddies just came home pissy off, they ain't start complaining about their coworkers. And I just decided in my head, I was like, I'm never gonna do that. I'm never gonna come home pissy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna do what I love. And even if it's not music, even if it wasn't working for myself, I was like, whatever job I pick, whatever job I do, I'm gonna love it. I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's, you know, when y'all thinking about college, when you think about whatever you're thinking about, to be like, for me, they would say, hey, this job makes this much money. I'm like, I don't need to know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, there's other, like, you know, makes a lot of money is neurosurgeons. I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I'm like, yeah, they make a lot of money. You know, so did Jeff Bezos. He make a lot of money. I don't want to do that. You know, I want to enjoy my day. So that keeps me going.
Right. And I think a lot of times our society in the first place already tries to tell us what we can and can't do, but you really can't really put a price on happiness, regardless of what it is.
At all.
Mhm.
At all. No, that's true. You know what I'm saying? And like, and that's what I'm saying. You take that, I'll take those L's, you know, whether it's like, you know, I'm at the age now where like some of my homies are on like they second house. You know what I mean? Like they, you know, they buying a second house now. You know, they done already bought and sold 2 of them. You feel me? And I'm like, dang, y'all bought a house? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I live in Los Angeles, so buying a house, I mean, you know, we was able to this year, you know, because of like, I was willing to eat ramen forever, you know what I'm saying? But like, but just thinking like for a long time, I was like, I live in Los Angeles. This is one of the most expensive. I live in one of the most expensive states in the country. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just thought it would never happen, you know? And I'm like, I was willing to take that L. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool because I like what I do, you know? And you can't put it, like you say, you can't put a price tag on that. You know, I've driven the same car. Let me tell you something. I drove a truck. I bought my truck in 2003 and I've drove it until last year. I don't need, I'll take that L. I don't need, it's fine. You take care of what you got. It was 250,000 miles on it. Wasn't squeaking, wasn't no problem with that thing. I just took care of what I had. I'll take that L because I like what I do. I don't need that. I'll take that L because I want my happiness. I want to enjoy my day. I had to get rid of it because of the pandemic. It was just sitting there. I'm just paying insurance on a car I don't drive. So we sold it because of that. You know, we got the family car. But yeah, mine, I was like, oh, it's fine. My homies made fun of me. Like, hey, you still drive that truck? I'm like, yeah. Yeah. I drive it to a job I love, you know?
Right. I think another aspect to look at, the job does bring you so much happiness. Sometimes people feel that the spotlight or the attention, although it does bring happiness, sometimes it can come with another side of things. So have you had to deal with, or how do you deal with the attention that comes with this line of work?
And that's a good one. That's where really you're like, yo squares, you know what I'm saying? Yo day ones, that's where like, in that sense, that's where the no new friends thing is like important, you know, is that group text, you know, that squad around you that has the freedom to just drag you, to remind you that your breath stank, you know, and, you know, I don't care how many followers you got, you know what I'm saying? I still remember you, you know, blah, 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 you know, whatever it is. So just having that like real square, that part of you that is just not for public consumption. There's parts of me that it's just not for the public. No one's gonna know. There's parts of me that no one's gonna know, you know, that the homies know, my wife knows, my kids know, you know, that having that sort of boundaries around what I'm willing to now when I'm not being fake when I'm in public, you know, it's not another persona. It's still me. It's just me with boundaries, you know? So I think a good test for, at least in my life, for how healthy I am and how well I'm keeping those boundaries safe, like you said, like as far as like the spotlight and stuff like affecting me is like how hard or how deeply affected am I by a comment section, you know what I'm saying, or by a blog posting or an album review, you know what I'm saying? Like if it's really getting over my walls and I start feeling like they not talking about my art, they talk about me as a person. And I know good and well these people don't know me. You know what I'm saying? But if I know, like, I need to step back if it's really affecting me. You know what I'm saying? Another way for me is when you put something out and it doesn't do as well as you hope it would, which is, no, it's normal to be like disappointed about stuff like that. If you expect something, that's normal. You're an artist, you know, anybody, you want, you know, the best results for something. But I know I'm out of pocket when a homie puts something out and it does way better than mine and I'm salty. You know, so that's when, if I'm salty, when I'm so like, which you're like, I'm like, oh, I'm out of pocket because that's my brody. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's big bro, that's sis. You feel me? Like, if I'm salty by their wins, then that means there's something wrong with me, you know? So I need to pull back. I need to, you know, turn off this phone for a little bit, you know, go hoop, just go to the park, go hoop for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Go for a walk, go play some, you know, Animal Crossing with my daughter. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Just go do something that remind me that, like, yo, you know what I'm saying? You just a man, you know? And that, for me, having that separation and those borders around and just the reminder that, like, y'all don't know me. You only know what I've shown you. You know what I'm saying? But this group, if they say I'm tripping, this group that really know me, if they like, Prop, you wildin', you know what I'm saying? You acting like a weirdo right now. Like if they call me on that, like, yo, you goofy, then I'm like, okay, they know. But if they like, no, you straight on me, good, right? If they say I'm good, I'm good. I don't care none of what Beyonce's internet say. They don't know me. You know what I'm saying? They do.
Yeah, I can see that. All that makes some excellent points. There's actually a question in the chat that says, you are labeled as a Christian artist, and how does that impact you as an activist?
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same sort of thing in the sense that I'm like, I just feel like both the name activist and the name Christian artist is like, those are things that were put on me. That was nothing I said to y'all. Like that's what y'all said. So I'm like, I don't need to own any of it. You feel me? Like if like it doesn't make a difference to me what shelf you put the music on. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you streaming it? Okay, cool. You feel me? So for me, it's like, those are y'all's labels. You feel me? So I'm just going to keep making the music and doing the work that I know to do, you know? And again, if even as like, you know, a Christian, I'm like, well, y'all not my pastors. You feel me? Like, so you ain't Jesus, you know what I'm saying? So like, if you like, I'm carrying myself in a way that, you know, I'm being held accountable, you know what I'm saying? Like I got, you know, my why for things, you know what I'm saying? I know why I'm doing what I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm good with my marriages, I'm good with my marriage, I'm good with my kids, I'm good with, you know, with my homies. I don't really think very much about whatever Christian rapper, this guy. I just don't think about it. You know what I'm saying? I just make the music I make and let y'all decide, you know, and if it resonates, it resonates. So as far as my activism work, I don't, like I said, like that, I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I just don't, whatever rules around what a Christian activist or an activist or not, whatever rules around that, like in my mind, I'm like, those are y'all's issues. They, you know what I'm saying? Like, they not mine. If that, it's just not, those aren't my responsibilities. Like that's, I can't, and God, I hope this like doesn't come off as like callous or harsh, but it's like, I can't police and I can't regulate the way somebody else thinks about the way that their categories are set up. Like I can't be responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? Cause then like, cause if that's the case, then you never make no moves, right? You'll just never make no moves if you're always concerned about the way that the rules that y'all set up. Obviously, I don't mean y'all on the thing. I just mean, you know what I mean when I say y'all. You know, I can't, the proverbial y'all. Like I can't be responsible for how y'all think about stuff. You know, I have to just know what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I got my team. I'm held accountable. There are people that check me. You feel me? And I'm just gonna push forward because it's the right thing to do. And I'm gonna make the music I believe in. I always have just made the music I believed in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and what you were saying about you can't really control or really look at what other people are doing or not doing. Do you hold the same belief when you see artists not using their platform to spread messages or even engage in certain movements?
I think if you'd have asked me 5 years ago, I would have been like, they need to blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm just at a stage now where I'm like, I can't come in your house and rearrange your furniture, even if I think the way you set up this house is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, this still your house. So I'm just at a place where I'm like, I just don't, we're dying in the streets, right? So I just feel like it's a waste of energy for me to, again, try to police your platform, because I know I'm not listening if somebody try to police mine. People come to my Instagram all the time, try to tell me what to post. And I'm like, you ain't got the login. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't, post on your account. You feel me? Like, now, don't get me wrong. I'm not, again, I hope it's not coming off like, I can't be checked. Like, I could be checked. You feel me? But like, if somebody like brings something up that's like, I'm like, wow, that's, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be a listener, you know, feel me? I'm gonna be humble, but what I won't be is policed. I won't be bullied into nothing. You feel me? But I welcome challenge, you know what I'm saying? Now, having said all that, I'm getting off on tangent. I don't, like I said, I kind of don't think about it. To me, as far as somebody else's like not using their platform for good, I mean, I just don't think about their platform. The only time I feel like I need to speak up is when their platform is damaging. Like when you taken away from like the health and service of others, I think that that's something that, like, especially if I know that person, that's something that like, I'm gonna hit them on the DM on some like, yo, like, the hell you doing, dog? Like this, you know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't, I mean, you can not help, but don't hurt. You feel me? So to me, it's like, that's when I start caring, is when somebody hurting us rather than, you know, getting their jokes off. Then yeah, get your jokes off. It's your gram, it's your platform. You do you. Yeah.
Did you ever feel like a heightened sense of responsibility to inspire people, even though you are an artist and in the spotlight? Is there something you feel pushing you to be more inspiring?
Yeah, I definitely feel like there's a responsibility to inspire. I think that that's one of the highest goods. Which is why I've made the music, the message, the type of stuff that resonates with me and would have had I just been a listener of me. You follow that? Like, this is what I would love to. I try to put out what I want to see from artists, you know, and so yeah, I feel that responsibility, but I think that responsibility is something that I would feel no matter what my career is. This is me on the planet. Me on the planet feels like there is a great divine duty, you know what I'm saying, to push us all forward. And sort of the vehicle I got is my art. You know, if it was before I was doing art, I was teaching ninth grade. I was a ninth grade teacher, and I took this. It was the same energy. I took that same like desire to see, you know, a generation grow and play my role in that as best as I can. You know, but it was the same energy whether I was teaching or doing music. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm done doing music, you know, at some point I'll probably get tired of it, you know, but if that's the case, I still feel like I have a duty to inspire, you know what I mean? And I'll still continue to do that, whether I'm doing music or not, or I try to at least, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to assume I am, but I think I am, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would agree. You definitely are. Is there anything you'd like to leave any listeners or attendees with? Any message or something to inspire them, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess again, it's like, I think again, just remember the biggest thing for me is like, culture's not happening to us. We are it. You know what I'm saying? We get to, you are writing the future right now. And I know it's like, it sounds so big and lofty and or just like, wait, what did you talking about? Like, I get it, but like, no, seriously, like our words and our actions really do create the worlds we live in. If you think about like things that may have been said to you as a kid that like stuck with you, that have like really even shaped your identity. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm from South Central, from the east side of South Central. To this day, I can't get myself to wear red shoes. And it's because of the part of town I'm from. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never gangbang day in my life. I still, to this day, cannot wear red shoes because I'm just like, that shaped my world. You feel me? So I'm like, for better or for worse, the choices we make, the decisions we make, the words we speak again over each other, the stories we tell ourselves, the stories we tell each other, stories that you believe about the past and the future, like it's making the world you're gonna be in. So if that's the case, have some imagination. Like, let's imagine something better for yourselves and for the future. Like, I'm telling you, I know it sounds so big, but I'm telling you, you make culture. We are it. Us. You feel me? Like, it's us. It ain't happening to us. It is us. You know, so that would be my word to y'all. Like, this, you making the world you finna live in. So just make it amazing.
Thank you so much. Wanted to know if there's any questions in the chat or anybody else have any more?
Yeah, holla at your boy. And let's see, come on, I'm here. Are you doing the raise hand joint or just you're typing them in the chat? Yeah,
a lot of thanks, and it's encouraging, definitely.
That's funny, like, yeah.
I want to thank you so much for talking to us, and I would like to invite you to perform a piece at the end and just leave us with something.
Yeah, I can do that. Thank you for having me. This was super dope. I'm glad to be a part of something like this, man. Let's do this poem called It's Complicated. We are often our own demise, and I am becoming procrastination. Like, you're so often so wrong about you and you don't even know it. Self-identified as particle board, paper mache, duct taped, and you are wrong and right and confused. It's complicated, but you know, so is a star, a flower, a a quasar, a friendship, a marriage. May we be refuge for the complicated. And as for me, I have zipped up my emotions into this dusty duffel bag that I've aptly named poetry. And I'll be on my merry way soon as my pride turns me loose and unmangle the last morsel of manhood I can produce. Ma'am, I seem to have misplaced my confidence. Last place I seen it was at the altar of your love, and it's complicated. And I am becoming complicated. We may scratch ourselves raw to try to erase the image we were made in, smoke, snort, sex, or drown out the silence. We may waste our life savings on makeovers to try to rhinoplast our daddy's nose away, but no nip, no tuck could cut away the sense of obligation. We are becoming what we're not, and what we are is inescapable. You are a masterpiece, and you're fighting to be a silly selfie with a hideous filter. You are heaven's handmade calligraphy, slumming it among papyrus fonts. You're the complete and perfect works of a perfect and eternal poet laureate with a laundry list of identity issues. And sometimes they'll tell you your plumbing don't match our urges, but your femininity forced the force field that protected our posterity. Your masculinity mustered up moxie to conquer mountains for our families. You are the rightful heirs to not just a kingdom, but a universe. And you got your daddy's eyes. Stop being so traitorous. You are revelation revealed. You're pyramid constructors, conductors. You are conduits of lightning, yet you speak and you breathe. It's arsenic carcinogenics, and it causes car sickness. But these scars are our witness. To love hard is hard living, but that's life. That's who we are. It's messy and uncomfortable and complicated, but you know, so is a star. And parenting, in childbirth, in middle school, hello, in love, and us. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure. Yeah, thank you again for having me.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Y'all, man, I hope this has been, I was looking at the schedule earlier, man, like this seemed like this was a super dope, super helpful. I hope everybody gain some knowledge and wisdom.
Brother Jason, thank you so much, man. You're definitely inspiration. Thank you for your artistry, for your example, for your witness, and for your expression. It all really moves and inspires us. And we just want to let everybody know that the code for Brother Propaganda's session is 5737. So make sure you sign up to get your CUs. Peace, fam.
5737.
There were lots of comments from the audience. Someone says, Nicole says, thank you for sharing your insight. It was encouraging and thought-provoking.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. That's my sister's name.
Let's see what else we got here.
5737 is the code. Am I correct, Zach?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Propaganda. I look forward to one day when COVID over,
right,
is not over, seeing you in person.
Yep.
I was in California right before COVID started, doing a protest rally there around Jackie Lacey must go.
Yeah, she got to go.
Yeah, she left. So
she gone. Praise the Lord. Yeah, nah, that was she was a mess. Like, what is you doing, ma'am? Yeah.
So I was happy to be part of that, and I actually heard about you at a Mosaic service at church. I was at a Mosaic service at a church, and a lot of the Mosaic churches actually play a lot of your poems.
Let's go. I didn't even know that.
On Sundays. That's how I knew you were a Christian artist. So
yeah, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. I didn't even know they did that. That's dope. Okay, well, I'm glad it worked out. You feel me?
So we look forward to hopefully one day you'll be able to come to Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, let's go. I got like, man, I got this like secret little little weird love for Cleveland, man. I just love y'all little city, dog. Well, it's not litty, but it's little, but I love y'all city, man. Every time we tour through there, it's always a dope time. Appreciate y'all.
So thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody for participating with us for our second day of the State of Disparities Conference, the 7th annual State of Disparities in the African American Community Conference. Today, it was all about youth. Amari, do you want to say anything to take us out?
I want to again thank you for coming, speaking with us, and thank you guys for listening and having me here. Everyone have a great and blessed day.
Bless y'all.
Thank you.
Peace, everybody.
Zach, you see the note up there that asks about the code again?
And she's still in.
Tell her what the code is.
Still on.
Code is 5737.
All right. Everybody else, we all good?
Yes.
All right. See you all. Have a great day. So Dawn has to stop the recording. Dawn.
She might have stepped away. I sent her a message in the chat too.